Hello, friends. Hello, friends. So we thought we would do another one. We may do a few between now and New Year's Eve, and just because there's no really real good reason, is there, Dee Dee? Just because.
No real good reason.
So it's probably too early for most people that we know that usually drop in on the stream. But you never know. There might be some other time zone that's around.
Maybe we'll talk to one another. Just
yes, maybe we will. Or maybe I'll just sit here and refuse to talk to you.
Oh, that sounds good. That sounds excellent.
So, where are we at now with the No Man's Sky?
I just made a little house that has an underwater component to it, and I'm just sort of wandering around underwater at the moment.
Oh, sorry, I can't hear you, Dee Dee. What was that?
I'm just wandering around underwater at the moment, scanning plants and little fishies.
Ah.
Where are you at? Why aren't you watching?
I am watching. I'm just putting out a little notification for anybody that might be about.
People might be around.
Yeah.
I think it's probably an ungodly hour at the moment.
Yeah. Yes. Most people we know would be tucked up in bed and but I'll put out a little note anyway. You never know who's out there.
That big thing.
It's funny, I go from feeling sort of hot. The weather's been a little bit changeable lately, and so it's hard to know how to dress. Being in Tasmania.
Dress at all, do you, Tracy?
So I saw an interesting where it might be a while before anybody turns up. We may have come and gone by then, but there was something that I thought I might share. Whoops, no, that's not it. On Yasha Levine's latest article. Yasha Levine is a leftist journalist, and he has a Substack where he posts various articles, and let's see if I can find that. There we go. Let's see. In an article he just did recently, which was called "A Perfect End to 2020 for the Left," and I get all his various articles, like I've subscribed to him, like he has a pay situation, and I think he's a really good journalist. Anyway, he writes at the end of this is about, he actually adds in a quote into this article, and the quote is by Lawrence Goodwin, who wrote in The Populist Movement, and it said, "The reigning American presumption about the American experience is grounded in the idea of progress, the conviction that the present is, quote, better, end quote, than the past, and the future will bring still more betterment. This reassuring belief rests securely on statistical charts and tables certifying the steady upward tilt in economic production. Admittedly, social problems have persisted. Inequities of income and opportunity have plagued the society, but these too have steadily been addressed through the sheer growth of the economy. For all of its shortcomings, the system works. This is a powerful assumption. It may be tested by reflecting upon the fact that, despite American progress, the society has been forced to endure sundry movements of protest. In an effort to address the inconvenient topic of protests, our need to be intellectually consistent while thinking within the framework of continuous progress has produced a number of explanations about the nature of dissent in America. Closely followed, these arguments are not nearly really explanations at all, but rather the assertion of more presumptions that have the effect of defending the basic intuition about progress itself. The most common of these explanations rests upon what is perceived to be a temporary malfunction of the economic order. People protest when, quote, times are hard, end quote. When times stop being hard, end quotes, people stop protesting and things return to, quote, normal, end quote. That is to say, progress is resumed. Unfortunately, history does not support the notion that mass protest movements develop because of hard times. Depressed economies or exploitative arrangements of power and privilege may produce lean years or even lean lifetimes for millions of people. But the historical evidence is conclusive that they do not produce mass political insurgency. The simple fact of the matter is that in ways that affect mind and body, times have been, quote, hard, end quote, for most humans throughout human history, and for most of that period, people have not been in rebellion. Indeed, traditionalists in a number of societies have often pointed in glee to this passivity, choosing to call it, quote, apathy, end quote, and citing it as a justification for maintaining things as they are. And this is the last paragraph. This apparent absence of popular vigour is traceable, however, not to apathy, but to the very raw materials of history, that complex of rules, manners, power, relationships, and memories that collectively comprise what is called culture. Quote, the masses, end quote, do not rebel in instinctive response to hard times and exploitation because they have been culturally organized by their societies not to rebel. They have instead been instructed in deference. Needless to say, this is the kind of social circumstance that is not readily apparent to the millions who live within it. So that's just a quote within the article by Lawrence Goodwin. He wrote The Populist Movement. And that's in the article by Yasha Levine. So I'll pop that in the live chat so people can read that article. And I think it's interesting how it says, the masses do not rebel in an instinctive response to hard times and exploitation because they have been culturally organized by their societies not to rebel. I think that's true, and I think it starts at school. What do you think, Didi?
I think that's true. And I think there's also, my own opinion on that article is that there is a difference between protest movements and revolts. I think while protest movements may not succeed in causing a revolution, I think protest movements do come in when people are poor. We've seen that where people don't like what's going on, there are protest movements. And internationally, that's certainly the case. I mean, you can only have to look at France or things like that. But I think when it gets really, really bad, that's when you have revolts.
Yeah.
Whether it's economically or socially, when things become kind of intolerable.
Yeah.
It's like the race riots in the United States, where people started burning things and stuff like that. And
yes.
And they were spontaneous. They weren't organized. They didn't result in a revolution, but they were certainly revolts.
Yeah.
And it was basically people saying this is intolerable.
Yeah.
And those kind of revolts are different fundamentally from the demonstrations, like the civil rights demonstrations for more black rights and so on. And then you have, I think, revolts that do try and change things substantially or become revolutionary. I mean, you can look at France and the French Revolution.
Yeah.
I think that was a situation where people found what was going on intolerable, even though there was, bourgeois who were, trying to push for reform at that point.
Yeah.
Basically the people had had enough and stormed Versailles.
Yeah.
And just grabbed the king and the queen. And
how were they
the
able to
nobles.
organize so well? That's something that
They weren't organized. They just all
happened
got
to do
together. No, they just they just said, we've got to go, and this is just too much.
Right.
They knew about this, and it's like, how does spontaneous demonstration get organized? I mean, there was a level of organization, I think, in the fact that probably people called out to their neighbors and said, and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And once a lot of people started moving, other people saw it and joined.
Yeah.
And they just picked up anything they could as a weapon.
Right.
And moved on and marched in, and they just took the king and various nobles and killed them.
So American society hasn't reached that point yet, has it? It hasn't reached the desperation of the level that was happening before the French Revolution.
No. And I think it might be heading that way.
Yeah, I think so.
It's certainly heading to the point of revolts. I mean, I think a lot of the BLM stuff really qualifies as revolt.
Yeah. Yes, because it's not.
This is just enough.
Yeah, because it's not just about the George Floyd execution and the murder and all of that by the state.
All of the various black murders and that
that's
kind of thing. Ferguson or George Floyd or the thing. I don't
more
know
than
how
that.
Organized those things were.
Yeah.
I mean, they were organized to the point where people said, let's just march down on City Hall or the police station or whatever.
Yeah.
But I don't think there wasn't an executive committee who was organizing the whole thing.
No, not that I know of. I mean, I don't know how much.
I think it was much more spontaneous.
The actual organization, Black Lives Matter, I don't know how much they had, involvement in that. But there was also, the Party for Socialism and Liberation. They were organizing marches and stuff like that too.
I think for revolutions to be successful, they need to have organization as well as anger.
Yeah.
And for there's been various kind of armed revolts in the United States. If you look at Howard at Zim's sort of people's history, he talks about a number of revolts that were put down.
Yeah.
Sometimes after some period of time.
That's right. But you mean during the slave times and stuff? There was that's something that isn't mentioned during the slavery times of the United States. There were revolts, but they didn't really.
High Odin, the people with the pitchforks are too busy fighting the people with the torches. Yeah,
that's a good one.
At this point, it's a little like that. I mean, you've got the right wing and the left wing, and you've got the MAGA people and the BLM people and the Antifa people, and it's a little crazy. There's this right wing revolt thing happening.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
And in some ways, the MAGA thing, the right wing Proud Boys thing, is also a revolt. They're out there with their guns and they're out there.
Yeah, it's a white supremacist revolt.
White supremacist revolt.
Yeah.
They want Trump back. It doesn't matter what happens with the vote.
There is a left in the U.S., but it's very, very small. Like a real left, an actual real left, it's a very, very small number. The left that the media refers to, or that politicians refer to, or whatever, is a bit of a joke. It's a bunch of neoliberals or soft imperialists at best. But yeah, there's actually is a real left, but
Yeah.
it's small. I feel. Yeah.
Odin says you don't have a left in the U.S.
Yeah, that's what I
think-
just.
I
Oh,
think-
did he? I was
yeah.
just responding to
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you do. It's just
No, we do. It's just that it's small.
not very well organized, and it's
I don't-
actually
Yeah.
a lot of things. There's not any well organized anything there.
No.
There are people who
It's all been atomized.
it's all been atomized,
Yeah.
and not only that, you have
Yes, politicians, exactly, yeah.
well,
There's no real leftist politicians that I know of. Is there? There might be, I don't know, is there in the US?
Gloria La Riva. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, she's
But,
Gloria
I mean-
Riva, but she's not part of that duopoly.
No.
Yeah, she's wonderful. The Party for Socialism and Liberation. Yeah.
But I mean, mostly
You
you've
have
got
no left in that respect. Exactly, yeah. That's true, Odin. Yep. Yes, I wish they'd stop calling people, yeah. I wish they'd stop, Odin said, greens if you squint. I wish they'd stop calling
yes,
people on
if
the
you
left
squint hard.
that are like, that they call people like AOC the left, please.
Yeah.
Nor is she a progressive.
Anything-
She's not a progressive either.
Anything left of Donald Trump gets called left, and that's kind
Yeah.
of ridiculous.
Oh, and by the way, this is something that I heard today or yesterday. The part of the bill, that dreadful stimulus bill that they've put through, which only gives U.S. citizens, I think, $600. That stupid. Well, intentionally, Nancy Pelosi did it as a political thing to reject Trump's thing at the end of a few weeks ago, before the election, because she using that as a sort of she didn't want to help him in any way, and now she's giving people even less. But what I see in the bill, there's $500 million to apartheid Israel, and there's $33 million to help overthrow the Venezuelan government.
What?
Yes, $33 million in that bill is put to help, sort of overthrow the Venezuelan government.
Oh God.
But they were only giving people, was it 600 or 300? I think it was 600, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They're only giving them $600. I mean, seriously and truly, when are people going to rise up and do a general strike and boycotts and
Yeah, I think in some
these
ways
people
boycotts are stronger than a general strike, because general strike loses you your job, and a boycott
No, but if everybody
costs them
did
money.
Did he? Well, yes, there's that, but you can do everything. Like, if everybody, like the what happened in India, the 250 million Indians who hit the general strike.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a quarter of almost. Well, is it, or is it a fifth of a population of India? But
a quarter roughly, or
Yeah.
maybe a bit less, because
Yeah.
the population keeps getting bigger.
I mean, that's what is that? That's about 5 million. 250. That's 50 million short of the U.S. population. And Odin said Greens offered Bernie the party. He should have taken that. You would now have a Green Party. Yeah, yes. Bernie. Are you talking about Bernie Sanders? And Odin said the elephants are dancing. Mice get trampled. Yeah. Yeah, Bernie Sanders was never going to do a third party. He said he didn't want to end up like Ralph Nader. Ralph Nader was it's a pity there wasn't a lot more people behind Ralph Nader, because that would have been amazing. But of course, I don't think they'd never ever let anybody remotely progressive get toward the office of president, would they, Didi?
No. No. I mean,
Um,
basically, the only way you're going to get progressive politicians in is if there's a mass movement on the streets and
yeah,
they push for uh, representation,
yeah,
basically, um, and they basically find somebody who will do what they tell them to.
yeah. Oh, you mean mass rep? Well, look at the
If there is a
movement. Did
mass
he?
movement in the street,
Did he?
yeah,
What about like the movement towards socialism in Bolivia?
yeah,
That's actually a really good example of how they. It's just a different groups of different interests, but all sort of socialist leaning,
yeah,
are all kind of together, and it's not sort of like it's not like it doesn't look like a top down type party. And that, look how well that did. It managed to overthrow the US backed coup leaders, Janine Arnez, and I hope that they've caught her and she's awaiting a trial, because they were terrible. Um,
yeah.
but that they have kind of the right idea. That's the sort of thing that's needed you know in the US, is that sort of movement, that sort of
Yeah,
party.
but that was, there were a lot of people. I mean, one of the things about Latin America is they actually have a whole lot of theoretical knowledge. I think even people who are quite poor
Yeah.
are pretty aware of socialism and pretty aware of imperialism and
Yes.
all of that sort of thing.
Yes.
And so they can understand and deal with that
Yeah.
and create solidarity around a movement.
Yeah.
They have some idea of what kind of movement they want,
Yeah.
because in Bolivia there's so many indigenous people. That's already a link,
Mm.
and they're the majority of people,
Yeah.
and so having somebody who is a representative that managed to get in democratically and then having
Yeah.
them thrown out by coup.
Yeah.
They already had frameworks and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And I think that made a big difference. It makes it much easier to have kind of a successful
Yes. Well, then they have. It's not
revolution.
just some one leader that kind of is. You could. There are other people that are just as good, like Arce. I think is that how you pronounce it. Evo Morales, kind of, he got driven off, but he comes back and he sort of slots into the party as it is now. And I think, I can't remember, he's got some position. I don't know if it's Labour or something. But it's not about just one person. And of course, it should never be just about one person. But it's become
No.
political celebrity sort of stuff in the US, unfortunately. And I mean, they've turned AOC, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, into sort of a celebrity. And instead of holding her feet to the fire, they kind of, she thinks this about not, about this force the vote thing, which is
Well,
withholding the vote from Nancy Pelosi until she
she
brings
didn't
Medicare
go
for all
in,
onto the floor.
get in because of a mass movement.
No, she didn't.
Yeah.
No.
So she kind of doesn't take direction from the mass movement, and she didn't. She doesn't really need the mass movement. That's not who put her into power.
No, that's right. Yeah. But she did have a lot of supporters in her area.
Yeah.
And, actually, I recently heard. Can you read out what Odin just said there, darling?
Yes. The major problem I feel with particular the U.S. is that they are
Hi, Kim.
too U.S. centric rather than social. This mindset pervades and distorts their thinking. Yeah, I think the nationalism is very distorting. I'd agree with that.
The nationalism, yeah.
Nationalism.
I heard
I mean,
something
there's such
interesting.
nationalists in the United States.
The other day I was in a members call for Status Quo. They have this sort of people who are paying membership to be, to support them. They're a leftist journalists on the ground reporting site, and there was a fellow there who was Latinx, and he was saying how AOC
Hi,
has just
Kim.
kind of in some ways abandoned a lot of things in her area. It just has dropped the ball on a lot of things, and I just thought how unfortunate, particularly with the COVID stuff. That's what he said anyway, and he was really really upset with her. So I don't know what's going on there. I don't know how many people she's got working for her, but anyway, it's not working out very well. Yeah, lovely to see you, Kim.
Yes.
Are you going off to somewhere? Anyway, it's great if you only have a few minutes to drop in and say hi.
Yes, lovely to see you.
We just thought, oh well, between now and New Year's, we might
Have a few.
have a few. I don't know if we'll be back tomorrow. I don't want to just talk unnecessarily if I don't really have anything to say. Not that we actually come on here to sort of do an actual subject or anything. We just come on and then we happen to start talking about stuff,
Yeah.
as you know. So and then it goes on for
Because
5
we're
hours.
mouthy and full of ideas.
Yeah, and perhaps and Odin says perhaps universal might convey the meaning. I'm not
Yeah.
sure. What does that mean? I don't know. Oh, you're off to sleep soon. Oh, okay then. Oh,
Okay.
you're good.
Well, it's the middle of the
going to
night
bed.
there. It's like probably 3 in the
Oh.
morning or something.
Oh, is it?
Yes,
Oh, I
it's
see.
outrageously.
You're a bit of a night bird, aren't you, Kim? That's right. I forgot you're in Quebec.
Yeah.
Where are you, Odin? What part of the world are you in? I'm thinking you're probably somewhere over this side,
Mm,
as
quite possibly.
as opposed to the World Social, right?
Yes, well, people need to take
Oh,
a
the
much
UK.
more
Okay then.
global.
Oh, chronic insomnia. Oh no. Are you worrying about
I know.
stuff, Kim? If you are, try that. Just sort of trying to be in the moment and not think about the future and the past. It really is great for sleeping. Also, I find if I listen to a podcast that I'm interested in, and it's a long one, like even though I might be interested in it, I find sometimes that will kind of put me off to sleep. I always end up falling asleep in the middle of, like, there might be a 2 hour long podcast of Media Roots Radio, and even though it's really interesting, after an hour I find myself I'll fall off to sleep, so I'll have to kind of listen to the rest of it the next day. But that kind of can help sometimes. Yeah, it's all worrying for sure. I just refuse to worry about stuff now because I do.
Because,
I just
yes,
live in the
it
moment.
doesn't help. And
It doesn't help, and it actually makes me feel a bit ill if I worry too much.
there's so many things to
Too
worry
many
about.
too many things to be concerned about at this point. You know, overarching issues like the climate crisis, and then
The
all
environmental
the different
crisis in
things, and then
general.
being run by neocons and neoliberals, and you know, there's a bunch of things.
Poverty and war and imperialism.
Yeah.
And yeah. Odin says, I have a form of insomnia. I just lived with it. I thought it would go as I get older.
Oh,
Maybe, although sometimes,
maybe. Or if you're
sometimes older people sleep
yes,
less.
sometimes yeah.
And sometimes older people just sleep more and
Yeah,
need naps.
that's true. Let's see.
I find I don't have much in the way of insomnia. I just sort of, sometimes I am up a lot. I don't go to bed until I'm tired. But when
Yeah.
I do go to bed, I pretty much fall asleep very quickly. Unless we're talking or something.
Odin said we have a shitload of shills fake lefties. I wish that YouTube would stop deciding what people
you
can
people
see.
can say, yeah.
Well, yeah, because
Well,
they
I
don't like the
see
word shit,
anything-
but for goodness sake, seriously,
Oh, they said a bad word.
a lot of people, I mean, it's just feces, for fuck's sake. What is wrong with that?
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
Anyway, yeah, yes, there are a lot of fake lefties for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a lot of grifters too.
Well,
People who start off pretending to be left.
There's a lot of people who are liberal and they get called left because they're not rat bad. They're not conservative Nazis. Basically, if you're not a Nazi, you get called left.
Who's that? Sorry,
I
what
think
was that?
a lot of people, if they're not evangelical Christians or Nazis, get called leftists.
Oh yeah, that's good, isn't it?
That's sort of the definition of left.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that includes an awful lot of people who, by any real
Yeah.
definition, would be called liberals.
That's true. I mean, I have to laugh when Trump calls the Democratic Party the radical left. I think, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. You can't be that stupid. I mean, that's just the sort of the right of the of this one big party, really, isn't it? Oh, there's the most beautiful sunrise out there. Look, Dee Dee, look through the door there.
There's
Sunset,
no
sorry,
sunrise yet,
sorry, sunset.
unless we're in real trouble.
Sunset, isn't that
Especially
beautiful?
given the side of the earth.
Yeah, Dee Dee, look.
Yes, I'm seeing.
Isn't it beautiful?
It's gorgeous. Yeah, the
Wow.
sun is setting, and it's
If I didn't
kind
have
of a brilliant kind of orange behind the
Mm.
trees, and it moves down to kind of a slight gray in the cloud, and then lavender below that. And there's light reflecting off of the river. The river is to the west of us.
If I didn't have a little cat on my lap, I'd go and take a photo of that.
Yeah. Yes.
So
Cats.
here Kim says the radical Democratic left and laughing. Yeah, I know, it's just too funny. I mocked him when he tweeted that one. Odin
is
said all
that?
capitalists are liberal. Capitalists are just self-hating liberals.
What's this? The liberal capitalist left.
No, all capitalists are liberal. Capitalists are just self-hating liberals. So, what have you been up to today, Odin or Kim? The UK's having a bit of a hard time with COVID, so I don't know how locked down you are, Odin, in the UK at the moment. I think there's probably a few areas that are, or maybe it's the whole. No, maybe it's the whole of England. Is it in Scotland too? Like, is Scotland locked down too?
I think so. I think it's the whole.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Laissez-faire economics, the clue is in the name. Yep. Spent the day batch cooking. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, Kim. Batch cooking. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah, Odin. Yeah, COVID's getting worse in the UK.
Oh.
Yeah.
Cooking a whole batch of food and then putting it into the freezer or the fridge.
Oh, I see.
later.
I see. Actually, Odin, I saw an interesting thing today, which might be helpful and hopeful. They've developed in the UK this antibody therapy, which could confer instant immunity to COVID-19 at risk groups, and so they're trialing a new drug that could prevent someone who is being exposed to coronavirus from going on to develop the disease COVID-19. It's supposed to give instant immunity against the disease and could be given as an emergency treatment to hospital inpatients and care home residents to help contain outbreaks. So that's kind of good to hear, because you could kind of nip it early and not have to sort of go through the awful, disease process or worse. And so anyway, we'll see. It's by the company AstraZeneca and also UCLH. It's anyway, yep. So we'll see. and Odin says incoherent, contradictory rules. Yeah, yes. If they don't have a overall sort of plan that is consistent across the board, then it's just not like that. The U.S. is an example of completely inconsistent, with states doing all sorts of weird and wonderful
Yeah.
things
Yeah.
and not doing anything at all. And I mean, you can't. You have to have a. It's like it's like you don't. You treat the whole body when you have septicemia. You don't kind of like go, oh well, I'll just treat that finger, or you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You have to basically have a complete plan. Otherwise, it's not going to work, and it's not going to be contained. Fortunately, here in Australia, they're actually doing. The states are doing a really good job, aren't they, Didi? The federal government was very poorly motivated to sort of get going, but the states have actually been doing a great job, and they've been really great with the
They've
testing.
been pushing the federal government. The federal government are
They've been driving the
useless.
federal government.
And
Like for example, we had a recent outbreak in New South Wales. We don't live in New South Wales. We live in Tasmania, and New South Wales, they immediately started putting in the
they
plan.
locked down the area
Yeah.
immediately.
Yeah.
They started testing everybody in the area. Everybody.
Yes.
Like they tested
And people were really
35,000 people.
People cooperated.
In those few beach areas where it was.
And they've got incredible, they're really good with the tracing. They know
sort of
the
said
different
what
genomes.
buses anybody had been on, what times,
Yes.
what places they had gone.
Yeah. Because
And,
people were coming forward to get tested and then telling them all the contacts they had.
Where they had gone,
Yeah.
yes.
Like it wasn't you didn't have to drag them out to do that. People wanted to contain it within the northern beaches of New South Wales because that's where it is. And they don't know who the ground zero patient is, but in many ways they said just being able to do this and having everybody come forward like they have been, tens of thousands of people to get tested, has been a really, really positive thing. And so it's actually been
with
it's
those.
I
think
contained to some
tested
degree.
like 50,000 people so far, and they've found how many? About 90, something like that.
What's that, Didi?
And they found about 90, I think, of people who actually had COVID.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And interestingly, there were people who had because people quarantine and stuff, and people some people just recently were getting it in quarantine on the 11th day, Didi. It was actually took 11 days to manifest.
Right.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
So it's lucky that they were actually quarantining
like
for 14 days. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's why 14 days.
Yeah, where are all the magic medicines coming from? Well, I think there's gazillions of scientists now kind of probably working for various big pharma and stuff to bring out medicines that they can make a whole lot of money for. But there's also probably just scientists that just want to halt the death and destruction, yeah? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
I mean, not everybody is...
I think there's a lot of scientists who are...
Yeah.
Who do it because they believe in...
that's right, because they believe in it.
People and health and...
Yeah.
I mean, they may end up working for a pharmaceutical company, but that doesn't mean they like the pharmaceutical company.
No. And
there's a great example of that. The fellow who invented or discovered erythromycin, which is one of the major antibiotics used for children and stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's a Filipino.
Yeah, this is an interesting story.
And he, when he did that, because he was working for, who was it? I don't think it was Eli Lilly. It was one of the other big pharmaceutical companies. But he went to them and said, look, I know that all of my work is the property of the company.
Yeah.
But you're making billions and billions of dollars on this drug.
Yeah.
And I'm the one who actually discovered it.
Yeah.
And what I would like you to do is put at least a portion of that back into the Philippines to give grants and scholarships to people who are working on health things like this, and you may get the next crop of people, and the drug company just said no, not
Yeah.
interested.
Yeah.
Get
Yeah.
nicked.
Yeah, and what happened to him? Didn't they sort of buy him out? What did they do? Did he?
Well, there was nothing he could do. I mean, he was an employee of the company.
Yeah.
And the conditions of being the employee of the company is if you discover anything, the patent belongs to the company.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, all he ever would get was wages.
Isn't it ridiculous though? Like, it's like when artists
talk
create
about-
music, Didi,
Yeah.
and they make that music, and then it's some big company sort of says, oh, we own the rights to that music that you've just made. I mean, I just find this whole sort of
Particularly when they own the rights to music you haven't made yet.
yes, really and
Yeah,
truly.
That's just ludicrous.
Yeah. So what did Odin said here? They're now saying they have not isolated the virus. Yeah, well, basically, if a country doesn't have a uniform standard of what to do, like I'm really pleased with how Australia is handling this.
Yeah.
Like they've been handling it very well, and it's actually they're really doing the best job they can to contain it in those northern beaches, aren't they, Didi? I mean,
Yeah.
I watch the live stream. I watch the live stream every day of what they're doing, and it's really like major. Like it's fine tooth comb stuff.
Yeah.
And so I think they'll
And they-
actually manage to contain it in that area
yeah.
at this point.
Yeah. And there's been a few breakouts in Australia. I mean, there was a bad one in Victoria, where the people who were supposed to be, because people here, when they come into the country, they get quarantined in certain hotels, and they have guards on the hotels because people can't be trusted.
Yeah, yeah.
And they'd hired these security companies which were dodgy, and they already had court cases out on them, and they did it without even going to tender and so
Yeah.
on, instead of like New South Wales, which just had the army do it
Yeah, yes.
and the police do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And as a result, these dodgy security companies,
Yeah.
just didn't do their job.
That's what happens with privatization, because if they
Yeah.
cut corners to make a profit, they will.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
the problem. Actually, it's interesting, Odin in the UK, the UK was claiming about 3 months ago, that they had this special treatment for people, to prevent severe symptoms for COVID. And I thought, I bet you this is something to do with the Cuban therapy, which
Yeah.
is called interferon alpha 2b. And because Cuba developed that like about 40 years ago, and they've been using it all that time, and it actually is very effective in addressing it. You can have it as an inhaler and to address COVID-19. And turns out that it was that. But they were pretending as if they'd discovered this.
Yeah.
It's something that Cuba had been using for like 40 years. And
Yeah.
I just knew it, and I just thought, that is so disgusting.
Yeah.
So anyway, there like Russia has a vaccine, at least one. I think Cuba has 5. I mean,
Yeah.
China, I think, has, I don't know how many China has, and yet the US and Australia only want to use 2 different ones: the Moderna one and the Pfizer one. Even though there's all these other ones, and they're probably, it's like this whole capitalist thing. It just doesn't work,
Well, it's not just capitalism, because it's like they're going for
Yeah, it does sound like a
their
North American move,
companies.
Kim.
their companies and not Cuban company. I mean, that's not capitalism. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
That's a kind of imperialism.
Yes.
It's like,
Yes,
no, we're not
but-
going to
but-
use anything from those companies,
No.
or
But
those
there'd be-
countries.
There'd be no rush though to pull if they'd actually controlled this in the UK and the US,
U.S.
they wouldn't have had to have been rushing this vaccine out, and who knows? And they're trying it out on black people, of course, because you want to with
You want to
black
test it
people have
out on
had a whole
somebody.
history of being used as testing subjects for all sorts of awful things, and
Yeah.
so they're using it on black people, and who knows what side effects, because it's been rushed out. Now, being vegan, I wish that they'd actually spent a lot of money on developing non-animal testing type things, because there's already some that exist, and if they actually didn't, if we had more of a vegan society, they wouldn't be they
Testing
would have
on
actually
animals.
found other ways of testing,
Yeah.
rather than torturing hundreds of millions of animals every
Mice
year,
and
and mice and rats aren't even counted in those numbers. So I'm aware that with all this stuff, this rush to do this and that, and they can see dollar signs in front of them, there's probably hundreds of millions of mice and rats that are being tortured, and primates and all sorts of animals.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just wanted to put that in there, because
Yeah.
they could have, and they still could be developing non-animal sorts of things, but because we're living in a non-vegan society, we've decided that they're just resources, and we can go ahead and do that.
Yeah.
So anyway, but on to what was I saying? What was my point
I
before I
don't
went
know.
off on
But
that?
one interesting thing is that, like in Australia, Albanese who was the leader of the opposition here, was pushing for an immediate release a very quick release without going through the normal channels of
Who's that?
testing. Albanese.
Oh, was he?
He
Oh, that's
wanted
right. Yeah,
a quick release of vaccines without bothering with all this testing stuff.
yeah,
And the health ministers and stuff just said no. They
yeah,
said no, you don't do that. That's just not safe.
yeah.
Which I'm very thankful for, actually.
Really, yeah.
Yeah.
And if most people understood that this whole deficit fear mongering that goes on in sovereign economies, the country could actually, the sovereign economy could actually afford to support people for some time, because it actually issues its own currency, and the only constraints are resources. So the US could actually easily support. We were actually doing the figures today, weren't we, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And looking at the fact
Looking at
that
how
the
much
US
it would cost to give people $2,000 a month for 6 months.
Yeah.
And it's not that much. It's
No,
something
it's
like
not that much.
$1.8 trillion, which
yeah.
is much less than they gave all those.
Yeah, it was 5 trillion. They gave
corporations.
5 trillion to the corporations, the greatest wealth, like it was what
Wealth
do they call
transfer, transfer
wealth
of wealth.
transfer ever. And this, if they could support the public on, 2,000 is the bare minimum they should be getting a month, but they could support the public at least 300 million, and it wouldn't even come near that 5 trillion that they've given this greatest upward transfer of wealth. So it's like, and that by that stage they probably have a vaccine, and so it's a political choice that they've abandoned the public, and actually it wouldn't be 300 million people would require that anyway, because there's a certain number of people who are still they're fine, and then there's I'm not sure how many people require that 2,000 a month, but they're going to give them 600. I mean, you can't. That would go on. Somebody said that would just go on. I don't know what it would go on, but it's just not. It's just ridiculous, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, here's Jeffrey. Hi, Jeffrey.
So much the testing is the times repetition and repeating unnecessarily.
What's
even
that,
if
Dee
you're
Dee?
not vegan.
What's that?
Just the repetition of using hundreds of animals instead of you doing some tests or something. But some of the
What are you saying?
non-animal testing. Well, that's what Odin was saying, I think. Hi, Jeffrey. Jeffrey's here. Good evening.
Yes, actually, this is the thing, though, Odin. Like Odin was saying, your war machine and the industrial complex is sucking you dry. The thing is, though, that what I was saying about the sovereign economy, if you've ever, I don't know if you've ever heard of MMT, it's just simply a description of the operational reality of a sovereign economy. So it's not a theory or anything. It's just how the economy, the sovereign economy, functions. If people look into that and look at the deficit myth by Dr. Stephanie Kelton, who was Bernie Sanders' economic advisor in 2016 and 2020, she describes, how basically, the economy it's a currency issuer, so they can actually afford not only to do those dreadful wars, but to also they could easily support people through this pandemic, easily, and they could easily give them Medicare for all. In fact, she didn't say this, but a Yale study said that if Medicare for all were bought in, it would save the US $450 billion with a B, dollars, and it would save the lives of 70,000 extra people. And that's Medicare for all. But the economy, the sovereign economy, because it's a currency issuer, it could support all those people ongoing until this was sorted out, either via a vaccine and some decent sort of testing and all of that. But it's not going to happen with the decent testing and all of that. It's going to require a vaccine to actually solve that problem now in the US. It's almost endemic, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
So anyway, like what I'm saying is that you could support all those awful wars and do that. That's what the sovereign economy could do.
Yeah.
Of course, we don't want those awful wars, but that's all they seem to care about now. Is there is never any question of should we, pay out $760 billion for the military, and they seem to do that on a regular basis now. There's no question, and you'll never ever see the military holding their hat out or having a bake sale because they need funds. There is absolutely no sort of what is it? No. I can't think of the word. There's never any hesitation to fund them, is it? It's just it's like breathing to them now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Funding the military. It's like it's the top priority. Imperialist adventures and conquering and taking over and full spectrum dominance is, as William Bloom said, that is their goal, and that is all that that's their ultimate goal, is full spectrum dominance. So that is the only real concern they have, and making all the corporations happy because they all grease each other's palms and stuff. Okay, Kim, it's lovely to see you. So have a good sleep and try not to worry, because just try not to worry, because it runs down your immune system. It's easy to say that, isn't it, though?
Yeah.
Okay.
So see you, Kim.
Where is Jeffrey?
Have a good evening.
Or
good sleep.
I missed some of the comments. Yeah. So and Kim said in Canada we keep hearing again about certain richer people not being quarantined when they enter the country. Oh no.
Well, that's awful. Yeah.
Oh no, that's really bad.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, what is the matter with them?
Kim says, I'll try to forget the worries. Yeah, I think you need to, just for sleep.
Yeah, just try not to because the minute we go into the future and start worrying, going into the future in our minds, that's when we start worrying, because it's an uncertain, but really, it's I've just noticed if I start going into the future, I immediately start worrying, and what's the point in it, because you can't control it.
Yeah.
And it's not there, and it doesn't exist yet.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's this now? Let's see. Against and Odin says, I'm afraid I think we have let it get out of hand. It would have taken international agreement, including the elects. Any exception would have eventually led to this. Yeah. I don't doubt we have
industrial
safe stuff, but it's all about
all
profit.
of us dry. Yeah.
Let's see.
so many resources devoted
That
to
is where
that.
the money is
I
coming
mean, it would be
from. Testing.
one of the things of MMT. Trish can probably explain it better than me, but
No, not really.
is the basis of it is
I could get the book.
is in terms of real economics, the limitations are resources,
Yes, that's right.
and the amount of resources and so on available over time. But if people wanted to, they could come together and do so much. Spell check, not my friend. That's all right. I can read it. No, but I could look for it if you come back. If I leave, then nobody is at the mic.
I'll come back and get that, because
Okay.
there's some parts in it that
Dee Dee's going to look for the deficit myth. I just wanted, there might be something that I could, yeah. Hang on a sec. Oh, okay, so we can learn not to worry so much. It's a muscle, we just don't exercise. I'm a bit hyperbolic there. Let's see. I think testing, when you say, Odin, when you say testing for the sake of testing, I think it's actually, I think it's really important. Yeah, you really, really do need testing, because, oh, testing, what are we talking about now? Testing for COVID, or? Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought it might be testing people for COVID. I think it's for COVID. That's what, yeah, we need that. Well, that's what I was responding to. Testing. Yeah. Yeah, so it's only really to contain something. Yeah, you really need to test and sort of lockdowns and tracing. And I know that governments use that sort of lockdown sort of thing as a means of, sort of gaining control over the public and stuff. But I mean that it actually, in the cases like this, they'll always do that. Yeah, that shock doctrine thing, they'll always do that. But like, this is why Australia's in a better position at the moment, because we did that kind of thing. Now, like in Tasmania, we are able to sort of go around without masks. I don't want to be lackadaisical or anything. I don't want to be kind of slack or anything. But we have, we got it under control relatively quickly. And it was a bit out of control in the beginning, and then thanks Dee Dee. And then then we got it under control, and it's kind of been under control since then, really.
Australia did a really good job. I mean,
Yeah.
they did testing. They locked down the borders
Yeah.
very early. They did testing. They did lockdowns and that kind of stuff. And so we've had very few people who've even gotten it. Like Tasmania, I think the number of people who've died altogether is like 13 or 14.
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah.
It's not thousands.
No, that's right. And that's the thing, that if we're not careful here in Australia, it could be thousands. Like, that's the thing. We could easily, if we're not careful and kind of clamp down the minute it starts happening,
Yeah.
then we could end up just like the US. It doesn't take any time before it's
No.
completely out of control. And like, it got quite a bit crazy in Victoria for a little while, didn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And it looked like it was going to get out of control completely, but they managed to sort of do a lot of testing and lockdowns and stuff like that, and now it's kind of pretty good. And it was
Yeah.
only through that cooperation the public had.
And the fact that the government actually took it pretty seriously. There were a lot of doctors and people who really pushed them to take it seriously, and when they took it seriously and did stuff, we were one of the early countries that did that. I mean, basically, once we saw what was going on in China,
Yeah.
the government started acting.
Yeah. Odin saying the masks are becoming less effective here because of the super spreaders and anti-maskers we have. A new variant. Oh yes, I heard about that. There's a new strain of COVID there.
Oh yeah.
That's a lot of fun. And also, like I'm really sort of I'm surprised. Like I don't know why there are people who have made this anti-masking thing almost like
A religion.
a religion.
Yeah,
Like
it's crazy.
it's very strange. And I I thought that Australia and the UK would be kind of exempt from that kind of Trumpian type behaviour, but it seems like
No.
it seems not. There aren't a lot of Australians doing that, are there, Dee Dee?
No.
But then I was surprised when there were Australians going berserk and trying to grab toilet paper.
Yeah.
Like I was thinking, good
Yeah.
Lord, like what on earth? Of all the things that they're worried about, it has to be toilet paper?
Yeah.
So that was really surprising. But then to see people emulating QAnoners and like anti-maskers and stuff, it's like I was really surprised. I don't know. It worries me because I thought Australians were sort of smarter than that,
Yeah.
but apparently not.
Apparently not.
And like you kind of would expect that in the US because they've been
Because they're crazy.
well, no, because they've been taught that to sort of
That if anybody, the government
Yeah.
asks you to do anything,
Yeah.
your duty is to resist.
yeah, and also if anybody asks you to do anything, you do this kind of, well, no, I'm
free.
that's against my freedom, and they refuse. They've been a lot of people. I'm not saying everybody, but a lot of people have in sort of internalized that kind of
Craziness.
well, that kind of thing that it's not about the community. That it's not about the community. Basically, it's not. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
about individual rights
Yeah.
and F the community. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Didi?
Yeah. And,
So-
and I
so
mean, one of the basic
You have to
things-
have community interest and care.
one
to-
of the basic things people need to realize is that masks, their main function is not to prevent you from getting COVID. The mask wearer is to prevent other people from getting COVID. It's to prevent people wearing the mask from exhaling droplets.
Yeah. So, just on the inside of this book, the deficit myth, and I'm just going to share a little
Yeah.
bit of that because Yeah.
Odin, just a minute. Odin
Yeah.
says all the countries that took action had good trusts, no magic drugs, just action. Yeah, basically the action helps. I mean, if you can just prevent the spread, that's fabulous. I mean, we also need the drugs because there's countries like the United States and most of Europe where the disease is endemic.
yeah,
And
yeah.
it's never going to get handled unless they
Mm.
get used drugs.
yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
There's just too much of it around
why
in
I
those
was
countries.
saying the sovereign economy can easily give people easily $2,000 a month, but they can give them more than that easily.
Yeah.
Is because and this the deficit myth, as I said, by Dr. Stephanie Kelton, who's Bernie Sanders' economic advisor in 2016 and 2020. So she's no dummy, and she understands how a sovereign economy works. She's written the book, The Deficit Myth: Modern Monetary Theory and the Birth of the People's Economy. And in this, she said, the inside of the thing says, Stephanie Kelton's brilliant exploration of modern monetary theory, MMT, dramatically changes our understanding of how we can best deal with crucial issues ranging from poverty and inequality to creating jobs, expanding healthcare coverage, combating climate change, building infrastructure, and fighting pandemics. Any ambitious proposal, however, inevitably runs into the buzz saw of how to find the money to pay for it, rooted in myths about deficits that are hobbling us as a country. Kelton busts through myths such as, these are the myths: the federal government should budget like a household. Deficits will harm the next generation. government borrowing crowds out private investment and undermines long-term growth, and programs like Social Security and Medicare are propelling us towards a grave fiscal crisis. So anyway, so that the book is, it just sort of busts those myths, and if anybody takes anything from that, just know that the government budget in a sovereign economy is not like a household budget. It is not like a household budget. So anyway, that I might later on in this, when we've talked about some other things, I might just read a little tiny bit from this book, because the first chapter, even if you just read the first chapter, it once you understand what this is about, you will be absolutely furious when you hear them only giving people $600 and talking about and doing deficit fear porn. When you start hearing people talking about, oh my God, the deficit in a sovereign economy, and they're going, oh my God, the deficit, we can't afford this, or we can't afford that. You'll be furious when you understand what this book is about, and actually how the sovereign economy works, and that a lot of this stuff is completely they're complete myths that they're putting out there when it's convenient, when it's politically convenient to say so. You'll never hear them say, when somebody says when they pay out $760 billion for the military, you'll never hear anybody say, how are you going to pay for that?
Yeah.
You will never hear them say that. So that should give you a hint about what's going on.
Okay, I just want to put it in. Odin said that I was only making the point that countries that took action had results regardless of the use of, or not of drugs. Well, I think because there were no drugs, countries that took action got results if they did the right kind of actions. The lockdowns and the masks and the washing hands and the whole thing, contact tracing and so on. I think that really you can almost eliminate the disease within your country, within whatever area you have. The problem is it's global, and you will always have people coming from outside with things, and that's just such a shame. And that's where we really needed to have the we need to have the drugs as a more permanent answer. And those countries, you're right, those countries that didn't do it, that's their only option, really.
What's that? The drugs
The
now?
drugs.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Yeah. That's all. That's the only thing they can do.
Yeah.
Because it's just too widespread. Did Jeffrey come and go, or
sometimes
is Jeff still there?
Jeffrey, I notice, tends to come on and say hello, and then he kind of vanishes. I don't know if he's sort of doing something while he's listening, or he just kind of pops in to say hello.
Yeah.
And I'll just post that link to the UK scientists' trial drug to prevent infection that leads to COVID, because that would be really good for, that could save a lot of lives, particularly of really poor people in the United States that cannot, where they have no health coverage whatsoever, and that's only going to get worse. And if they can, get a hold of that particular drug and take it, that may ameliorate sort of some of the awful,
awful effects.
Yeah, awful effects. Let's see. I mean, they probably administer that if you came into the emergency department, and that would be really very beneficial.
Yeah. Well, if you can get something that will work. Oh, Jeff says no. I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Just being
Hi,
quiet.
Jeff.
Hi, Jeffrey.
He's making dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Making dinner. What time would that be then? Where is Jeff again? You're in Australia, aren't you, Jeff? Are you having a late dinner?
Was he in WA?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want that.
And Odin says there are variants in several countries. These will all intertransmit and probably create more, new variant. That one in the UK, Odin, do you know much about that? I haven't really looked into that new strain. I know I'm terribly skeptical and suspicious, but I sort of
Sunshine
when I heard
Coast.
Sunshine Coast. Oh, okay, that's right, Sunshine Coast.
Yeah.
That's right. But that those bombings in Tennessee, the first thing I thought of was that they're probably going to blame somebody from Iran or something like that. They haven't actually mentioned who these persons of interest are, but I'm just kind of thinking, is this going to be used as some sort of false flag for some, reason to kind of invade Iran in some way?
Yes,
Seriously.
let's invade Iran.
Yeah, so I mean, I hope not, but let me see. I was just wondering if they haven't actually said who this person of interest is, so it's probably not. I mean, it could be, of course, it could be like a far right group too, of course, somebody who's really annoyed with the steal, is one of the steal the vote people kind of, that's possible too.
Which what is this?
The bomb went off in Tennessee.
Yeah.
That's quite a bomb that went off there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that. And you know what's weird?
Yeah.
Is when that was about to go off, there was this automaton type voice that was saying, you must leave the area in 15 minutes. You must leave the area in 15 minutes.
Oh yeah.
It kept on going, and it was coming from the RV, the vehicle that had the bomb in it.
All right.
How weird is that?
Yeah. Pretty
Isn't that weird? Anyway, it's it's a bit of a, look at that. I mean, look at, you can't see it, I'm sorry.
Wow.
But it's quite a devastating, quite a devastating explosion they had there. And I really sort of wondered, apparently that there might have been a person killed, I don't know, but so anyway, I don't know who the person of interest is. Well, if it happens to be somebody who's Iranian or something, I'll just think, oh Christ, you know what I mean, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
So let's see. Odin said not a lot, 70% more infections. That's about the new strain in the UK. US want to rule the world. It's not rocket science. It's okay with Israel. Yeah. Okay, so I might just look up this UK strain anyway. Where the UK coronavirus strain B117 has spread to around the world. What? So it's already spread? Mutation known as B117 lineage. May up to be 70% more infectious. Oh, geez. Has been detected in several countries. This includes Australia, though all cases reported to date have been detected in hotel quarantine. The strain sows chaos in southeast England. Here is a look at where confirmed cases of the strain have been found. Let's see. Is it just more contagious, or is it sort of like also kind of more hideous? you
I
know?
don't know. Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Anyway, that's what we need.
Yes.
So would that mean, Dee Dee, that the vaccine wouldn't work on that particular strain? Excuse me.
I don't know. What did it say about that strain?
Well, it just said it's 70% more contagious, but it didn't sort of say if it was hideous, more hideous.
Yeah.
How could it be more contagious? Like, isn't this one like really contagious anyway? How could it be 70% more contagious?
No, well, it could be.
But how does that work though? What is like how
it's maybe it resides on
things
surfaces longer, or maybe it just the chance of infection is just greater. Yeah.
Right. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. Yeah, I'm just wondering like how it could yeah, I suppose it can just remain on surfaces
Yeah.
longer and stuff, I guess. We were just talking about how as how governments can use, of course, anything to clamp down on people, but we were just thinking how corporations could really clean up in California, where people are basically. I mean, we were watching a live stream today, and Abby Martin joined her brother in MAME Politics. If you haven't checked out that one, Robbie does a MAME Politics live stream where he's playing games of all different all kinds of different games, and he talks about politics in between playing these games. Anyway, he tends to play a whole bunch of different games, doesn't he, Dee Dee? And they're all kind of older games. Anyway, Abby Martin was talking about how her landlord sort of wanted to move back home, so they had to leave. And then Yasha Levine, who's a left journalist, his landlord it just wants to kick him out so they can bring in someone and charge more rent. See, this is where people just take advantage of these things. And then, of course, if there's enough evictions in California, you can actually gentrify a whole bunch of areas in Los Angeles and further gentrify San Francisco, which is already crazily that way.
Yeah.
Hey, Dee Dee.
Yeah.
So you can basically
it's already incredibly expensive.
Really clean up with these evictions. So they don't mind. They don't mind these evictions coming. And after, I think it was actually supposed to be after Christmas, that's when a lot of the cover for that runs out for a lot of people in the US, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Just after Christmas Day. So, or is it after New Year's?
Yeah.
Is it after New Year's?
Yeah, it's coming up soon anyway.
So what an appalling way to start a new year. And where do they expect these people to go?
Yeah, really.
Where on earth do they expect them to go? And including what they're doing, which is clearing tent area. Like Abby Martin was saying today, how in Los Angeles, the tent cities have grown like tenfold. So they were already huge. And I remember them saying in the beginning of this pandemic they were going to put people in hotels and stuff. What happened to that, Dee Dee?
Yeah, I don't know. Well,
even though, of course, people should just be like, look at China now. China, like Dee Dee was showing me this video of a city that they've built. It's like a city looks like the size of Dallas.
It's like for a city for I think 1.5 million people.
Yeah, I don't know how many people are in Dallas, but anyway, it's a huge city and it's all empty at the moment. They've built all the it's not
building
particularly
the entire city.
Yeah, building an entire city.
And the factories and everything.
The factories, the roads and everything. They've built it, and then they're going to move people into it. And I mean, it's not, some of the buildings where the people are living are not entirely attractive, but I imagine they'll have big parks there.
Well,
Because
I
I
also
think they're-
imagine they'll be modern. I mean, it's
Sure.
like, who was talking about the fact that in Russia, Yasha Levin was talking about in Russia, like a lot of the apartments weren't terribly attractive that people had,
Yeah.
but they had them. Everybody had a
Yes.
place to live.
Exactly. At least they had
and he
them.
was saying,
Mm.
people used to go on about the fact that, there were multiple people in apartments.
yeah.
They were social apartments, collective apartments and stuff
Yeah.
with a lot of people in them. But he was pointing out that in the United States, it's communal housing is, shared housing is very common because people can't afford anything else. People are living in bloody closets.
Come here.
I mean, I
Listen.
knew people living in closets in the 70s.
I remember
Yeah.
hearing. I remember hearing someone who in the was it the 70s and 80s in the UK.
Yeah.
People were sharing rooms with one another. People who didn't know one another having to share rooms because they couldn't afford rent. And
Yeah.
I remember this was in the 90s. I remember them telling me this. I was just like appalled. And
Yeah.
some people were sort of living in closets. I
Yeah,
thought,
well,
what
in
kind
the
of
United
a
States in Santa Fe,
what kind of a
people were
shit
doing
show
that.
is that? What?
In Santa Fe, people were doing that.
Yeah, but that's insane.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not good.
No. And I bet you people are doing that in Australia now. Because rents are just nuts here now, aren't
Yeah.
they?
Yeah.
Rents are really nuts here now.
Oh, people have been sharing housing. I've shared houses in Perth, and I've
In Perth?
shared in
What,
Perth.
sharing rooms? I'm
not
talking-
sharing rooms.
No, I'm
Mostly
talking about-
people had their own rooms.
No, I'm talking about
Yeah,
sharing rooms
People
with
were
people.
doing that in Santa Fe in the 70s.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not
Yeah.
talking about sharing houses.
Yeah.
A lot of people share houses.
Yeah,
I'm talking about people having to share rooms with other
Yeah.
people
yeah,
that they don't know.
yeah. Yahoo!
Yeah, Yahoo. Was that we got told our troubles only started 10 years ago? Yeah, really. That would have been in the 70s, like the 80s probably when that was happening, that I heard, where she told me about that. And I thought, my God, that's just dreadful.
Yeah.
And I said, you'd really look at this, Dee Dee. What are you doing,
Oh, yeah.
Eva Beeps?
Uh,
Hey,
She's got a little
Eefies.
cat on her lap.
I thought he was gonna climb into
We've
my
got
armpit
4.
then.
You've got
Uh,
4 what, Odin? We got
Oh,
told
four
our
strains.
troubles only started 10 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah. What?
I don't know what 4 is.
4 is for what?
Jeffrey says my landlord came back like Abby Martin. So I'm living. Oh no!
Oh no.
Are you living in your car? Even the caravan parks are expensive. Oh, Jeffrey.
Oh no.
Oh, Jesus, really?
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
That's hard. I've lived in cars
Oh,
and
Jeffrey.
vans. Yes, it's not
Can
good.
can you get, have you got at least somewhere that's sort of shady to park your car? So that, I mean...
Well, it's really hard because
And-
people keep running you on. They, it's illegal in a lot of places
Okay,
to live in your
Odin.
car, except in a caravan park. I'm not even sure there it's legal to live in a
Be
car.
careful. Let me see. That's really awful, Jeffrey. I'm so sorry. And where can you get like a shower and stuff like that? Like, how does that work out, Dee Dee? Like, what, the bathroom and shower and stuff like that.
Well, we used to use youth hostels and beaches. Beaches often have showers.
Oh yeah,
Um,
yeah.
And that's one nice thing about Australia is it has a lot of beaches.
Yeah.
But when I was in Europe, I used to use youth hostels. I just
Right.
drive up.
But what do you do in
and
the
walk
day though?
in.
Because you've actually lived in a car, haven't you?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes.
But
And
what do you
trucks and
do?
vans.
What?
And trucks and vans and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
So what do you do? Like during the day, you know, when you have to live in your car, like what do you do?
Well,
Do you go to
usually
a
you're not in
cafe?
the car. You might go to the library, or you might, it depends what you're doing, and where you are. I mean, you might go to a park, or you might go to, you can living in a like if I was living in a car, I'd probably spend some time down by the river here.
Right.
If I was here,
Yeah.
I would because it's a beautiful place.
Yeah.
You can probably put a chair out even next to your car and
But where do you get food and stuff? Like where were you getting food at the time?
well, some of the cars that I had or the vans that I had and stuff, I had a stove inside, but you can always do ramen and that kind of stuff. When I was in Europe, we were just getting bread and cheese, and I mean I wasn't vegan then.
Yeah.
And tomatoes and things, and we would just make ourselves sandwiches.
So you could afford to buy some stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, bread and cheese wasn't that expensive.
Yeah. But if
Um,
you weren't working though, where do you get the
Well,
money for that?
I was making some money doing some. I was making little necklaces, and I was
Right.
also making. I was making things and selling them,
Right.
basically. And there were a few things that I bought that I could sell.
Right. Hang on, I
yeah.
just want to ask Jeffrey something. So Jeffrey, like, where can you? So Jeffrey says beach showers and community support. I try to find shady spots, eat a lot of noodles.
Yes, that's what I was saying about
yeah, right.
ramen. Yeah.
Jeffrey, where like, are you sort of have you got some sort of employment, or you don't mind me asking these questions to you? I was just wondering if you had any employment or you were on any sort of like the pathetic what is it called now, job seeker thing. Are you
Jesus.
getting that?
God, that's disgusting.
It's just
that
awful.
thing. Yeah.
And how would you be able to pay the down payment they do and stuff?
For what?
Oh,
A house.
to get into another place.
Some places will offer you assistance for down payment. They used to do that. I don't know if they
Yeah.
still do. Some services will offer that.
Jeffrey said disability support pension. I have some work starting next month. Oh, that's good. So even though the disability support pension's probably that's just on the poverty line.
Yeah.
So do you think you'll be able to find another place to live before you start work, or do you have to wait until you start work and then do that? Anyway, I'm really sorry. I wished you'd mentioned that before. That was
Yeah.
because that's a big deal.
Yeah. Shared housing is always a possibility.
Yeah.
Not a fun possibility.
I'm just trying to think. There really is nowhere in Australia where it's kind of reasonably okay to rent. You would think even in Tasmania, rurally, that it would be okay to rent, but it's actually
not.
expensive there. It's not.
Yeah.
Like even up in northern Tasmania, where there's small towns, that wasn't cheap rent there either, was it, Dee Dee?
No,
And-
and it's even like places like Derby. I mean, it's certainly cheaper,
Eves.
but
Eef.
I mean, Derby. I guess you could rent a house for not so much money. Yeah, it was.
Mm.
Yeah, it was conceivable. To if you were sharing with somebody particularly.
Yeah. Oh, so much so much bloody suffering and stuff, totally unnecessary.
Yeah.
It's just
Disgusting.
it's
really.
disgusting. Let's see, rentals are scarce, will probably be a while. I want to get a rooftop tent. Are you, is that work, is that sort of something you're okay with, or is it just something you think I have to do it because I don't have any other choice?
Yeah.
And is it like part-time stuff? Anyway, you'll be able to earn a certain amount with a disability thing. I think that's what, 150 a week, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
you get,
I think that's
150
something
a
you can
week
do.
extra or something?
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous that they should ever even put a cap on that, you know, isn't it?
Well, yeah, no, it's not ridiculous. I mean, if
Is it?
people are making $500-600 a week, then
Well, if them, yeah, sure. Oh, I
if they're
suppose.
making a wage, then
Yeah, I
sure.
suppose so. Yeah, that's
But
true.
I mean, even if you're making more than that 150, it declines by 50 cents in the dollar.
Well,
I
what
think,
I mean
for
is, what I mean is that it would have been nice if they would have allowed more than that, because 150 and then start chopping into it.
yeah,
That's not so. Why? Well, you know, why would you do that? Do you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
why not give it? Give it a decent sort of amount, and then and then start chopping
Yeah.
into it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because most people
well,
make.
I think those laws actually came in the 90s.
Oh, his bird. Hi, bird. Hi, Holly.
Hi, Bird
Hi, bird.
and Holly. Yes, is Holly
Hi,
there?
Holly. We've decided just for during this between Christmas and New Year's that
we're
we
gonna
would
rabbit on more often.
jump on and I don't know. I thought it might be nice to do, and Dee Dee thought it might be nice to do, so we thought we would.
We thought we would.
And we would
Why
just
not?
hugs to you, bird. And we were. Jeffrey said it's hi, Holly. Jeffrey said it's a training position, minimum wage, I think. Okay. Jeffrey was just saying how he's had to start living in a car. We were talking about evictions in the US, and how Abby Martin, the journalist, was saying how their landlord decided to live in their house, come back and live in the house, so they had to leave. Fortunately, they were able to afford to go somewhere else, but a lot of people can't, and they basically, and Jeffrey was saying that happened with his landlord. Jeffrey lives in Australia on the Sunshine Coast, and that happened with his landlord decided to move back into his own house, and Jeffrey's now living in a car, and it's just appalling to have to do that. And I'm very, very disappointed in how Australia's been going over the last few decades. This neoliberalism that's come in since Gough Whitlam was chucked out. I mean, the idea that we have homeless people here is an effing disgrace, isn't it, Dee Dee?
Yeah, it is.
Or
I mean,
unhoused
it's a disgrace
people, sorry.
anywhere, really.
Yes, it's a disgrace anyway. You cannot call yourself a civilized country if you have unhoused people. That is absolutely ridiculous, and it's completely knowing what the sovereign economy can do, and that they could actually fix a lot of these things, including having a federal job guarantee. And I'm only talking about in a capitalist framework now, but just dealing with what is at the moment. This could be easily solved, and it's a political choice not to do so. But it's like to think we've got unhoused people here is just disgusting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like even like 25 years ago, if you saw in Brisbane, I can only talk about Brisbane and Queensland, there was one unhoused person I saw, and they had a serious mental illness where people could not persuade him to leave the side of this bank, and he basically had all his stuff with him and gar bags and all sorts of things, and he was they couldn't get him to go to
a shelter.
a psych hospital or a shelter or anything. He didn't want to go. So that's the only person I know of that I saw. This is in Brisbane at that time. And now we have in Hobart, I don't know, we have a lot of unhoused people in Hobart, don't we, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
Not that we
Well,
live in Hobart, but
I'm
there
not
are.
sure what the situation is now. I mean, they have done some things, but there were
Hey,
a lot
Adam.
of people living in the showgrounds.
Here's
you know,
Adam,
putting
Dee
in
Dee.
tents. Hi, Adam.
Hi, oh, hi, Adam. It's nice to see you.
Yeah, there were people living in the showgrounds, putting up
Ouch.
tents. And this was during winter, and it was a terrible time.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
Well, I hope it's. Is it? Do you think it might have changed?
yeah, I think it has. I
Oh, well,
think
that's good.
they've tried to find more housing and stuff. I mean, it was a huge issue for over a year because they weren't doing anything really.
Yeah. Well, that's great because I was appalled at that.
Yeah,
If
well, it
that's
was pretty
changed, then
appalling.
that's fantastic. And fortunately, we have like a Speaker of the House here in Tasmania in the Parliament here, who actually cares a lot
Yeah.
about homelessness.
Although she's a member of the Conservative
And she's yes,
government.
which is really weird, because she's just so not. You know, a lot of her positions are not like the Conservative sort of thing.
She's kind of economically conservative,
Yeah.
but she's not socially conservative.
No, she's not socially
Yeah,
conservative.
she
Sue
was one of the
Hickey.
people who really helped the trans legislation, and she's interested in making sure there are abortion services, because that was an issue here too.
Yeah, yeah.
Basically, they had eliminated all the abortion services in Tasmania, and people had to go to Victoria, a
Yeah.
different state on the mainland, to get any kind of services, and that is ridiculous.
Yeah. Anyway, I was just going to say to people, I mentioned Robbie Martin's Main Politics just earlier, and Robbie Martin. There's a few people here from that Main Politics community thing, which is nice.
Yeah.
And Adam said Adam said, what are you playing, Dee Dee?
No Man's Sky. It's a kind of fairly non-violent game. It's you run around the universe and scan things, and different species, different minerals, and yeah, it's kind of fun. They're interesting.
I'm surprised Dee
Interesting
Dee can
little
play it,
animals.
because we just usually talk non-stop when we're playing this.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I'm
I've
surprised
stopped
she
a
can
couple
play
of
and talk
times.
at the same time.
It's pretty easy to.
A bird says it's a lovely game.
Yeah.
It is a lovely game,
It's
Bird.
pretty, it's a good game for doing these sort of things, because it's a pretty game, and you're not killing people.
Yeah,
There's very little panic. Like a lot of games, you end up panicking because this and that person or animal or something is trying to kill you.
yeah. We initially I'll just read what Jeffrey said here. Thankfully there is a helpful community support with food packs and such. Have been able to pitch my tent occasionally at certain places, but must keep moving. Oh, Jeffrey, I'm so
Yeah.
sorry you're having to do that. Do you
Yeah.
have any sort of post office box? Because I'd love to send you something, like, just a little something, something nice just for this time of year. So if you do have like a post office box and you feel like sharing it, we'd love to send you something, wouldn't we, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
we
that'd
really
be good.
would. So you can send it privately if you like, or I think I've got I'll just
Trish
put the
loves giving things to people.
hey.
You love giving things to people.
Let's see.
I think if she has anything extra at all.
Oh no, you're singing my praises, Dee Dee.
What?
Anyway, so Adam said, nice, love a good exploratory game. Yes, it just kind of. I'm really not sure what's going on with this game. I just like looking at it.
Yeah.
Dee Dee's actually playing it, and I'm just yapping.
It's,
But when we first started this, when we first started doing these live streams, which is sort of, it was, we started with Morrowind, and I was trying to play it, and I was doing a really bad job, and all I was really doing was kind of making mistakes and then going, oh no, oh no, and then I thought maybe it'd be better if Dee Dee played it because she's really good at it, and then I can just talk. So then it sort of went on from there, and then we decided to play this because it's aesthetically pleasing and something to look at and stuff, and it's not kind of having to kill anything,
yeah.
being
And you
vegan
get
as
to
we
see
are
these
and
little
stuff.
guys
Anybody?
Like this guy. Very strange little.
Funny little platypus
creatures.
looking creatures and stuff.
And you can make food and offer it to them, which is fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
Did-
watch, I'll...
What's that?
And then you can collect their poo.
Yes, I'm not sure
Which
I
is a
understand the
crazy
whole
thing.
poo collecting thing, but
I don't understand the poo collecting thing. I don't know why they thought that would be a good thing to have.
yeah. Is Kim
There's
still
nothing
there?
special in anybody's poo.
Is Kim still there, or did she go to bed?
I think she's gone to bed.
I don't know what's happened to Ginny. I haven't seen her for like 2 or 3 weeks. I hope she's okay. Anyhow, Bert, I want to. Where are you from? Are you able to say where you're from in the U.S.? Are you in the U.S.? Adam's in the U.S. You're in the Northeast, aren't you, Adam?
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. Where am I? Oh, I need to go here and make some food.
Maybe I
Making
might have
food.
a piece of my cake and make a cup of tea for us.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm in West Virginia. Yeah. Did you've been able to, you work in a sort of pathology kind of a situation, hey Adam? I think that's common
See,
knowledge. I
I've
hope
just
so.
given these guys
If
food,
not, I'll
and
just
so
pretend I didn't
everybody's
say
coming
that.
over.
Anyway, yeah, sometimes I have to wonder where I actually hear things, whether I hear them on the. I think we've heard them in the public thing with Robbie's live stream, so that's okay. I didn't say anything I shouldn't have said. But anyhow, you've been able to work all through this COVID thing, haven't you, Adam?
Yeah. Oh. Oh my, there's his poo.
Yeah, that's right. Transfusion services, yeah. So you've been able to work all through that, so that's a relief. Hey, blood bank, that's right, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Odin. Odin lives in the UK.
Uh-huh.
Cake, you can't have your cake. I told myself I wasn't going to eat any more cake today. And Dee Dee's made a cake for her birthday, which is at the end of the year, the end of the month.
The end of the year and the end of the month.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
So we were going to have that
Yeah.
then, and so we've been very good. And she's made this fantastic, another sort of a Christmas cake thingy, because Dee
Yeah.
Dee's a big fan of fruit cake, and
with,
it's very boozy.
Yeah, it's very boozy.
Have you tipped any booze on it, Dee Dee?
I have. And for the next day or two, I'll be soaking it in rum.
So Dee Dee, because it's this time of the year, we've actually been tipping booze on the cake, which is because that's what you do with a Christmas cake, hey?
We only make it once a year. Really,
Only make it once a year,
season.
yeah.
I mean, maybe we'll make one for Christmas and one for my birthday. And we made one to give to pieces to the neighbors.
So I don't know, there are some Americans who think the thought of fruitcake is sort of hideous. So I don't know if there's anybody here that thinks fruitcake
Where
is
did
hideous.
you find that idea that they think fruitcake is hideous?
I just remember, I
Did you
remember
know
telling
that
some
fruitcake
people.
is horrible.
Did he? I remember
What kind
telling
of
some.
people are they anyway?
I remember telling some people that lived in the US. I said, "Oh, I've made this really, what I think is a really great vegan fruitcake,"
Yeah.
and they went, "Oh, yeah," and I think that's probably a bit of a repulsion to British things. You know what I mean? That kind
Yeah.
of stuff.
I don't know.
But so I thought, oh well, I won't
Americans
be
are
mentioning
weird.
that again. And so you don't mind? So you like fruitcake, Jeffrey?
And it's good English type fruit cake with lots of booze, the fruit soaked in brandy and stuff.
Bird says fruitcake is despised by most Americans. It seems. I think it's
Yeah.
fine though. Yeah. And Jeffrey likes. Adam likes the idea
Bird
of
says
fruitcake.
fruitcake is despised by most Americans, it seems. Why?
And-
What fruitcake?
And
I think
Bird
it's fine, though. I
and-
think it's fine, too.
Yeah.
I think it's lovely.
and Bird said I had some rum cake from Puerto Rico. It was amazing. Wow.
Yeah.
Rum cake. I
Rum
wonder
cake.
what that's like. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah.
Rum cake. So a real bisex. What's that? Biscuits? Is that Bisects? Fruitcake is food, exactly.
Fruitcake is food. Fruitcake is fruit.
Yeah,
good
rum
stuff.
cake. I'll have to look that up and see. Do they just put a lot of rum on top of it after they cook it? The shop stuff is rubbish. Yeah, it's not so great. Although, they actually in Woolworths they had some not too bad fruitcake. Did they? But except they
Yeah.
weren't vegan, so we weren't really
Well, they
eating
had,
it.
They had Christmas pudding at one point.
Adam says fruitcake is so mysterious here.
It's mysterious.
Because so Dee Dee like soaks the fruit for like a couple of weeks in alcohol, and then makes the cake, and then after making the cake, then you sort of keep tipping booze on it, and until it's kind of a big boozy cake.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Bird says, rum is cooked into the cake. It creates an excellent flavor. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, soaking the fruit in rum and stuff like that, or in brandy, it ends up cooking out a lot of it,
Yeah.
but it does give a fabulous flavor.
And Odin says, real sponge butter and eggs, fruit cake, real fruit cake, carrot, crack, real carrots. And Bird says, that sounds good though. Good work, Dee Dee. Yes.
Yeah.
Good work, Dee Dee. Thumbs up. Anyway,
Yeah.
so she's gotten really, really good at fruit cake, and I'm really great at vegan chocolate cake.
Yes, she is. She's fabulous at vegan chocolate cake.
I wish I could make you all a cake, vegan chocolate cake. It's really yummy.
It is.
It's totally yummy. Hey, Dee Dee actually says it's better than any of the cake she's
Any
ever
cake I've
eaten,
had,
and she
yeah.
was like a chocolate cake aficionado, weren't you, Dee Dee?
Yes.
I didn't even like, now I don't mean to brag, but I didn't even really like chocolate cake until I made my own. I didn't mind some chocolate cake, like if it didn't have too much coffee in it, because coffee tended to make me feel a little nauseous for some reason, but anyway, now I'm just bragging. So let's see. And Odin says cake the crack was care of spell check. Oh, okay. And then Bird said I would love a chocolate cake. I'm a chocolate lover, right? Yeah.
Yeah. I love chocolate too.
Diddy loves chocolate. I'm not a fan of chocolate,
Unfortunately,
really.
as a vegan, it's kind of hard to find good vegan chocolate.
There is good vegan chocolate, but
There is good
you don't
vegan
see it in supermarkets really. But you know, it's easy enough. It's easy enough to find online. There's plenty of good
Yeah.
vegan chocolate online, and it's very yummy. Like that Kinnerton chocolate we used to eat, Dee Dee. That was yummy. And Whittaker's dark chocolate. That's
That's gotten for really expensive. I'm
yeah,
not sure
but it's still
why.
it's nice though.
It's
The
nice.
Whittaker's dark chocolate. I think that's vegan. Let's see. Odin says, no chocolates were killed or harmed in the making of
I
this
miss praline chocolate.
cake. Pardon?
I miss praline chocolate.
Oh, yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know that one.
That's the chocolate that's made
Ooh,
with
excuse me.
hazelnut, powdered hazelnut.
Hey, Jeffrey, I don't know if you're comfortable with this, but if you do have a post office box, will you let me know what it is? Because I'd like to send you something, if you're okay with that. So I've left my email address if you want to send it to me. The email address is, hang on a sec.
Ooh, hello you.
Where is it? I popped it in there somewhere. Anyhow, don't worry if you're not, but where did I put that? Here we go. Okay. So let's see. What was the 100% about, Adam?
What was 100%?
What was the 100%?
Chocolate, probably.
Oh, okay.
I think chocolate. No chocolates were killed or harmed in the making of this.
Yeah.
Yes.
So where did what part of Virginia did Adam say he was from again?
Virginia is over by Washington, Washington D.C. It's
What?
on the East Coast. Virginia's on the East Coast, you know.
Yeah.
You know where Virginia is.
Yeah, I think I know where it is. Yeah.
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 Tricia's been
West
over the
Virginia.
US.
Yeah, that's right. That's where that's not where you are, Bird. Hey, that's where Adam is. Yeah. 100% about being a chocolate lover. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been a real
So, Bird, is
chocolate
your
addict.
name actually you've got a love of birds, or is that just a name sort of thing? And Adam said he's about 4 hours from DC. I'm in South Central USA, Oklahoma City. Oh, okay then. And is your name an indication that you like birds, or is it just like a name?
I do love birds.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Good. Well, you'd love it here, 'cause
There are so many birds.
amazing the birds
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
Like we actually, when we sit here during the day here, we can see out the French doors, and we have a couple of bird baths, and also a large trough of water for the paddy melons that come up. They're little tiny kangaroos. They're about, well, when I say tiny, they're about a meter high or something, aren't they, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
But anyway, the birds actually come and sort of have a great time in the bird baths, don't they, Dee Dee?
Yeah.
And they
We've
just
got-
kind of.
We've got all kinds of birds. We've got very small birds.
Oh, hi,
the little
Modus.
fairy wrens.
Here's Modus,
And
Dee Dee.
some of the superb. If you're interested in birds, have a look at superb wrens. They're a type of
Oh
fairy
yes,
wren.
superb wrens.
We have them, and they're just so gorgeous. Gorgeous
Yes.
little guys.
Superb wrens. We were
And,
just talking about chocolate before you came came in, Modus.
Yes.
Superb wrens. I might find a link to that.
Yeah.
Superb.
Yeah, I know the cardinal. They're gorgeous.
Superb fairy wrens.
Yeah.
This is what I was just saying to people that we've got at least 4 people from Robbie's live stream, Main Politics live stream.
Yeah.
That's lovely. And anybody who's interested in Robbie Martin's Main Politics, here's the link to that. Robbie Martin.
That's
Robbie
Abby Martin's brother.
Abby Martin's brother. And
Abby was on there today.
Abby was on there today, playing a game with Robbie.
Yeah. I go there. I don't usually say anything, but I usually lurk. and
Yeah,
listen.
Dee Dee's usually, if life is a leaf, that's her. If you ever see If Life is a Leaf, that's
me.
Dee Dee. Um, so anyway, I always really like. I was a bit bummed because I got up. The time zones are quite different, and I got up sort of. I only joined in on the last half hour because it was going for about an hour and a half, and I sort of didn't get up in time to see it. But funnily enough, I sort of thought I better check Robbie's Twitter thing and see if he's actually got Abby on soon. And sure enough, he was actually on there right then. How's everything going, Holly? Yeah, don't they? Superb wrens really do live up to the name, Bird
Yeah.
says.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we
Yeah.
also get these wattle birds that are they've got these kind of
Yellow wattle birds.
Yeah,
They're
yellow
called
wattle
yellow
birds.
wattle birds.
and they come down and they immerse themselves in the bird bath and kind of let it all soak into their feathers, and then they give themselves a big shake, and they're very
And we get black
vocal.
cockatoos and red and white cockatoos.
Yes, we get the black cockatoos, which are amazing how they fly. It's like their wings go in sort of slow motion across the sky. It's amazing, isn't it, Didi?
Yeah, it is.
They tend to like flap at 1, 2, 3, really slow flapping, and they're really noisy. Like they're incredibly noisy, aren't they?
Yes.
They usually, you look up because they're all flying in a little flock and making a lot of noise, and their babies are big
Yeah,
babies. They're the
outrageous.
same sizes as them, and they sit on the branches and they just kind of go wah, wah, like that. Yeah, they just make this noise
It's
over
so
and over
loud.
again. Like it's just continuous, and the parents are kind of getting them food and stuff, and they're really big birds, and they just
They're quite
walk.
intimidating for.
Yeah, they are. Like
Yeah.
if they bit you, they probably take your finger off easy.
Yeah.
So they're beautiful. They're black and they've got bits of yellow on
And
their
red.
under their beak, haven't they?
Yeah.
Or is it red?
Red.
Right. And but the babies are hilarious because they just complain all day
Yeah.
when they're sitting beside their parents. It's really funny.
Yeah. And we have ravens.
What's that?
The little raven.
Oh,
and
ravens. Yes,
carawongs,
that's right.
And
Yeah, we have ravens and
and we have this
diving
bird
ducks.
called the bronze-wing pigeon.
Bronzewing. Oh yes, they're
And
really
they're
beautiful
gorgeous,
bird.
but they make this sound at certain times of year where they're just going, ooh,
Oh yeah, yeah,
ooh,
yeah,
ooh,
yeah. Ravens.
ooh.
Ravens
and
are
it's
incredibly
amazing.
smart. That's true. Actually, I read that.
They're incredibly smart.
Yeah, ravens. Like I read. I don't know. It's crows and ravens. They're kind of similar, aren't they, Didi? Because
yes,
crows
they're all corvids.
Yeah, ravens. Sorry, crows actually can remember the faces of people, and if somebody's being a real shit to them, they can they recognize them and stuff, which is incredibly amazing.
Yeah.
So
know if
Adam
you've been-
says, "What are some of your favorite games, Trish?" I don't really. I'm more probably like Holly in that I like Morrowind. That's something I do like to do, but that's probably as far as it goes. I sort of I kind of probably used to like board games, but not so much now. I tend to be I'm just not very good at playing games, I have to say. I'm okay with playing Morrowind because I find that sort of adventure
Relaxing.
type thing where you can go to different areas and you talk to people and you're doing it all by yourself. I kind of find that sort of fun. And I like gathering. I know this sounds weird, but I like gathering all those magical swords and amulets and things like that. I like collecting things like that. So when I know, because Dee Dee knows the ins and outs of that game, so she tells me all the places that I can go to get the fancy gear. Like there's somebody called what is it called? What's the name of that little
Creeper?
being? Huh?
Creeper?
Creeper. There's a being called Creeper in one of the far reaches of Morrowind that you can go to get to sort of exchange, barter all kinds of things.
Yeah.
So you can get some fancy things, and then you find some fancy magic swords on top of cupboards and things like that.
Yeah.
So
And you can only carry so much.
oh yeah, Odin said, and crows and ravens hold a grudge. Do they hold a grudge?
They
I don't
do.
know.
They do. I
They
think.
do? Oh, how
Yeah.
amazing
well,
is that?
That's what remembering people who've been bad to them is about.
What's that, Didi?
Remembering people who have been bad to them, that's part of what that's about. They hold a grudge.
Oh, Odin says, you have some beautiful animals. The problem is half of them are trying to eat you. Not really, but we have a lot of fabulous deadly snakes.
And spiders.
Actually, let me tell you something funny that happened. It wasn't funny at the time, but there was we have a a tiger snake who used to live up up the end of the yard. We have about 5 acres, and he or she every year would kind of sun themselves in front of a old hollow log, and we drive past him or her every year, wouldn't we? And
Yeah.
then we noticed that she or he isn't here anymore, but so that we just used to be very careful and make sure we didn't disturb her and stuff, but they're incredibly deadly. Like basically you have to kind of get attention pretty quickly, or else
Or you're dead.
or you're dead, really. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's sort of like that. Anyway, so I was doing some whippersnipping, like mowing using a whippersnipper, and it was a couple of years ago now, and it was on New Year's Eve because the grass had gotten a bit crazy. Just in one area, we're pretty good. I do a lot of whippersnipping during spring, and anyway, so I was whippersnipping, and I found out. I looked down, and normally I wear better shoes than this, but I had some
Usually
shoes.
when you're doing deep grass, you're wearing
Yeah,
gumboots.
usually I wear gumboots when I'm, if I'm doing anything that's sort of more than say 4 inches or something of grass. Anyway, so I looked down, and my sole on my shoe had partially separated from the top part of my shoe. So I was wearing
It
some
was
old shoes.
You had a
Old
hole
shoes.
in your
That's
shoe.
right.
too.
I had a hole in my shoe, and I looked down, and there was a small baby tiger snake trying to make his or her way into my shoe, because he
And
got
the baby tiger snakes, actually their venom is
They're more deadly.
potent than
yes,
the adults.
they're more deadly than the adults. And I looked down, and I was quickly shaking my shoe to get him off, and fortunately he kind of dropped off and slithered away. But I was so shocked. I looked down, and here he's trying to get in my shoe because he's frightened because I'm whippersnipping. So that was understandable. And I was
Very
thinking, oh
pretty
my God,
planet.
of all the times that I wear shoes like that. So anyway, I didn't know whether that he had bit me or not. I just didn't know because I was sort of so shocked when I looked down. So I quickly kind of raced down because you're not supposed to do that either. If they bite you, you're not supposed to be getting your heart beating and stuff like that. You're supposed to remain sort
Calm.
of calm and kind of. But I wasn't sure that I'd been bitten, so I kind of raced down, and I quickly was taking all my overalls off and my shoes and everything, and said, I don't know, but I think I might have been
said,
bitten.
I think I might have been bitten by a tiger snake. Look at my feet.
Can you look at my feet? So I quickly, and then Dee Dee kind of, and everything seemed okay, but it
I
was
went
like,
into panic.
of
but
all things though, to see a baby tiger snake trying to crawl
get
into your shoe while you were wearing it, it was crazy.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I'm so relieved because that's absolutely not what you're supposed to do if you get bitten. And I didn't feel anything, but I was so shocked. I thought, oh my God, how do I know I haven't been bitten? Because it's just a tiny snake,
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was just like, I just thought it best if I just run down, and I was so relieved, and
Yeah.
that this was on New Year's Eve. Yeah, it was weird.
That would have been great trying to get to the hospital.
Yes,
I mean,
trying to get to
we
the hospital.
live pretty rurally.
Yeah,
That's
we live
one reason
rurally,
we can
so
afford to live here.
yeah.
Is and the hospital is like an hour and 15 minutes away if you're driving fast.
Yes, an hour and 15 minutes away if you're driving fast. And if it's after a certain hour, like if it's after, there are sort of doctors 20 minutes away, but that it closes up. It's a GP surgery, so it closes up at 5,
Yeah.
and it's closed on the weekend, sort of thing. So
And the ambulances would have to come from Hobart,
Yes.
so they take over an hour to get here.
yes, so we'd have to meet them somewhere, and you'd have to kind of basically we'd have to make sure we wrapped up the area, kind of not in a tourniquet thing, but just kind of compression the area, and then remain really calm. Well, it's really hard to remain calm when you've been bitten by a deadly snake that that could kill you,
Strangely.
in
Yeah.
no time. So yeah, so that's something that we try to be very careful that we don't that doesn't happen, because that could be really dire, couldn't it, Dee Dee?
Yes, it could. You'd be dead.
Yeah, but like I have quite an affection for tiger snakes.
we
except
tend to call them all Lily.
Yeah, we call
as
them all
in Tiger
Lily.
Lil.
Yeah, tiger lil, and but I also am kind of petrified of them at the same time because they're so deadly. But they're actually
But
they're
they're not.
not aggressive. Like
People say they are, but I've never seen
in
them
fact,
being aggressive.
I saw this with my own eyes when a cat from across the road comes to visit our place sometimes, and I came across him in our yard, and I looked down, and here's the cat. Axel is his name, was bailing
Odin,
up.
You've made a big mistake.
What's that?
Odin says, I got offered a free house and equipped tool shed in Tasmania
no.
once, and didn't like the idea of fighting off funnel web spiders and the crazy spiders that run up the stick and bite you as you're trying to club them to death.
Oh no.
Well, hopefully you're not trying to club them to death. We don't bother the spiders.
No, we actually
Spiders are
save
just
spiders.
fine.
Yeah, we save spiders, and
I don't
from.
know that there are funnel webs here.
No,
either.
there's no funnel webs in Tasmania.
Yeah.
No, we have I don't know how many deadly snakes do we have in Tasmania. Is it only one?
Two.
Two. Okay, so we have 2 deadly snakes, but the rest of the animals are really just macropods, like little paddy melons, and
Oh, there's a few spiders that are not good.
are there?
Yeah.
But they're not deadly like
well,
a funnel
they're
web.
no, they're not deadly. They're redbacks and
We don't have redbacks here, do we? It's too cold for redbacks.
Well, not many. I think there's some relative of the redback that's here.
Is there?
But we have recluse spiders.
What's that?
We have recluse spiders
Oh,
who
recluse.
will bite you and cause a bit of necrosis in the area.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, we've
But
never
I mean,
seen.
We've never had.
I've
any
never
problems
seen.
with the
We have some
spiders at all.
jumping ants, which it can really hurt.
Yeah, the ants are bad.
They kind of they can hurt, but we're actually really we haven't seen any deadly spiders here. We've only seen the tiger snake, and you see tiger snakes every so often, but they're not.
Gaming
What I was going to
with
say
their
about
son.
the tiger snake is that they're not really aggressive, and why we know that even just from experience is like the Axel who came across and was in our yard, he had bailed up tiger, Lily, the tiger snake that lives in our yard, and and she was just sitting there and kind of like she was trying to get basically being incredibly patient while Axel and I immediately
her.
intervened and kind of threw a rock just at both of them to sort of get them, and Axel ran off, and Tiger Lily took that as an excuse to get away.
Yeah.
But and I don't know how long she would have, but they must have been I think that Axel must have been going at her for a while before I turned up even. Like, so, I
Yeah.
mean, that's amazing because he literally had her bailed up and she wasn't biting him. And she could have finished him off no trouble. Hey,
yeah.
Dee Dee.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she didn't
wasn't being
choose to
aggressive.
do that.
I don't know. I mean, it's like cats sometimes can deal with snakes.
Well, yeah, sure, but I mean, like what I mean is she could have easily just
if she'd
bitten
bitten
him.
she'd have killed him
And
probably.
yes, and she just didn't. And I thought that was amazing. And I think that's one of the reasons she's not here this year is because she just thought, well, F you, Axel. I'm not going to come
Too
back
much
to this
trouble,
place.
Too much trouble.
Too much trouble. So,
Yeah.
oh, okay, Jera, hi, how are you? So
Hi,
Jera can
Jera.
only stay for a little bit. So
And,
anyway, Adam, it's not that scary, really. I mean,
Gaming
it's
with Hassan says he's playing No Man's Sky himself
oh, okay. So
or themselves.
so I was so my point of that story was that I from actually visualizing what happens, like he was being very provocative. You know, Axel the cat, from the next door neighbor's house, was being incredibly, was really trying to provoke that snake, and it wouldn't bite, literally.
Yeah.
You know, so and it should have, because
He
it was
being
really
a
really
little shithead.
he was really going for
Yeah.
it. Anyway, so I sort of that made me feel better because and we had a time where the same snake came. This is before she decided there was too much activity around our house. But she slithered across the front of our place, and Nandi, our cat, was coming back into the house, and suddenly Nandi realized there was a very large snake
Between the
slithering
house
by,
and him.
and he got really frightened and sort of jumped back, and she got frightened and jumped away, and there was dust everywhere, and I got freaked out and came running out thinking, oh my God,
Yeah.
and anyway, so it all worked out okay,
All
because
okay.
she looked over her shoulder and saw Nandi was completely freaked out, and she kept going, and I grabbed Nandi and everything was okay. But anyhow, so that's what tiger snakes, which are incredibly deadly here are like. They don't want a confrontation.
No, they'd much rather
Yeah,
go
yeah.
off on their own and
So, but I heard of a woman up in St Helens, which is northern Tasmania, who actually got into bed, and there was a snake in her bed, a tiger snake, and she was bitten a few times, and they had to give her a few antivenines, to a couple at least, to sort of save her. So I don't know how that worked out. I'm not sure how the tiger snake got into her bed,
yeah.
but that would be incredibly freaky.
Yes.
And I don't know how that works out. So anyhow, so let's see. So Gaming with Hanson. Hi, Gaming with Hanson. I'm watching while I'm playing No Man's Sky myself. Oh, okay then. And Odin said
Gold.
spiders. We have... So Odin's not a fan of spiders.
Yes.
And I really like spiders, I have to say. I like all insects, really. Bird Worlders, we have recluse spiders here too, unfortunately. Right. I'm not familiar with recluse spiders. Are you, Dee Dee?
Which spiders?
Recluse spiders.
Yeah, recluse spiders. I've been bitten by one once.
Oh, wow. Are
Uh,
they really, do they really hurt?
they kind of hurt, but then an area actually just kind of goes dead on your skin for quite
Oh,
some
no.
time. And
But it
muscle.
recovers, though, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
it does recover.
Oh,
Or
okay.
it did for me.
Oh, okay.
It bit me in the hand.
And Bird said one was hiding in my brother's shoe. Wow.
Yeah.
And then Odin said, I forgot, most of your poisonous spiders and snakes, the one that will run up, stick, oh, okay, won't bother you. Just don't offer it a stick or a brush to run up.
What's that?
Odin was saying most of the poisonous spiders and snakes won't bother you unless you offer it a stick to run up.
Well, then you shouldn't do that. You
Yeah.
shouldn't be trying to hit them or hurt them, and then they won't bother you.
So Jera said, I can only stay for a few. This is my busy time, but I will save it for later. Okay.
Okay.
And Odin says, I think some reptiles have smartness, we don't give them credit for. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
And then Adam said, "Oh my God, I would scream if I saw a snake in my house."
Yeah.
Ooh, spiders are cool, yes. And then Bird said, "I have only a few small garden snakes around here. I really like them." Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, yeah. They're lovely.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
wouldn't. I wish we had some like garden snakes, like just ones that aren't deadly. That would be
There
good,
are
wouldn't
a
it?
few.
Are
There
there?
a few, yeah.
Have you seen any snakes that aren't deadly
No,
here?
I
I
haven't
haven't.
seen 'em.
No, but
But I know that they're here somewhere.
well, that'd be great because I'd really like that. We have
Yeah.
lots of little skinks here, little lizards,
Lots of lizards.
and they're fantastic. And I
all
love
kinds
little
all
lizards.
kinds of lizards. We've got, including blue tongues and the
Yes.
bigger lizards.
I wish we had a blue tongue that lives in the yard because
We had
I
one at
really,
one
really
point.
like them.
Unfortunately, he died.
Yeah, we did have a blue tongue, but he died. A blue tongue that lived in the yard somewhere, but he died. But I have seen blue tongues in this area. Have you heard of those? My mother actually had a blue tongue.
That lived
she
in her
just recently
house.
went into a nursing home, sadly. But she actually, there was a blue tongue used to come and visit her in her house from the outside. He used to come in and hang out in the house with her. So
Yeah.
let's see. And Bird said, so Odin said, "My lip went like a rock once, sounded like hollow peanut. I'm pretty sure that was a spider." You got bitten by a bitten by a spider on your lip? Ouch. And Adam said, "We have garden snakes here in the fall, and they're really chill. Rattlesnakes are a different story."
Yeah.
And Bird said, "I'm
Bruce
one
says,
of
I'm
those
one of the people who never kills
who
bugs
never kills bugs or
snakes.
snakes except
Except
mosquitoes. I
mosquitoes.
catch bugs in my house and release them." Oh,
We're vegans, and so we don't kill any of them.
yeah, we actually
If we can
relocate.
possibly, we relocate, including mosquitoes. Now
Yeah.
that's something.
That's not easy.
Some of those things we've had to learn how to do.
Dee Dee's actually really good at
Catching
relocating mosquitoes. But interestingly, we haven't really had any mosquitoes in the last 2 or 3 summers.
Oh, we have.
Have we? But
yeah.
not in the house, really, have we?
Yeah. Yeah. we've had
No.
mosquitoes in the
There's only
house.
like one that I saw last summer. One
Yeah.
mosquito,
I've been bitten by
which
one or
is
two.
nothing.
But
Pardon?
very few, very few.
Yeah. But anyway, Dee Dee's really good at relocating mosquitoes. we've got the whole the setup with the cup, with the cup and a little piece of cardboard, and that works out really really good.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So,
nice little house.
and Odin said, "The safe snakes tend to mimic the poisonous ones, so they don't get noticed or mentioned."
Yes.
And
To scare away the things that want to eat them
and
or
then
hurt them.
is somebody speaking Dutch here, or is that is that Portuguese or Spanish? I don't know. Anyway, so Bird said, "I'm a little allergic to mosquito bites. They swell up and very itchy." Oh, I see.
Ah.
Yeah, that's a sort of a histamine response, isn't it?
Yeah,
Don't they sort
yeah.
of put some histamines in there or something?
I'm allergic to. There's a certain kind of ant here which is quite bad, called the jack jumper, and
Oh,
you can
yeah.
get more allergic to it as it bites you. But they're really, really make me very sore.
Yeah, so we have to be careful sometimes where we sit because they have a sort of a red head, don't they, Dee Dee?
Yeah. But they do jump. They jump quite
Yeah,
some
they
distance.
do jump. Yeah, they're fast.
Yeah.
Fortunately, and I hope I don't ever get bitten by them because I'm a bit of a wuss.
No.
And and Adam says, "What TV shows do you all watch?" Oh, okay, so that's to everybody. So let me see. I've hardly been watching any TV shows for a while now.
Yeah.
I tend to be watching like YouTube videos now, but
The last shows that I've watched that I've enjoyed or whatever, I love what do you call it? Sense8.
Sense8. Did he like
I mean,
Sense8?
I think that's one of my favorite shows ever.
Have you seen
And
Sense8?
I've
Adam?
watched it several times. But Lucifer is a show that we've enjoyed.
Lucifer. Yeah, that's a kind of a fun show, Lucifer.
Yeah.
Who's the main actor in that, Didi?
Oh goodness, what's
his name? Anyway, he's an English actor.
He's lovely.
And I think the last season is like now. I think it's already released now. I haven't really. Oh, you know what I've found interesting that we've only seen one season of is what's that show?
The
with,
Jack, Gentleman Jack.
Oh, there's Gentleman Jack, but what's that thing with the witch? Witching the witch. Not the Witcher. It's not that one.
No.
But what's the one?
God, what's the name? Discovery of Witches.
Discovery of Witches. Yeah, it's
That's
in an English.
off of a book of that by the same name.
So it's the Discovery of Witches, and it's got the guy who used to be in Downton Abbey, who was married to Lady. what's the main lady? Not Lady Elizabeth. Who's the main?
Oh God.
Oh no, I'm having a terrible time with my memory in the last
Yeah.
week. Okay,
What's
so
her name?
anyway, he was in Downton Abbey. He was one of the men who
I want
married
to say Lucy.
one of the
that's not
main
right.
one of the
Yeah.
main characters.
Yeah.
And I cannot remember her name with the black hair. Anyway, so so the Discovery of Witches, that one season I thought was pretty good, and I'd like to see that one that Bryan Cranston, who was in Breaking Bad, which was a great series. He's in a new show which I don't know if it's good or not, but it's called Your Honor. I would like to find out if that's good, and I'd like to check that out because I love Bryan Cranston. So I hope that the script writing is really good. And something I'd really like to see is the sort of the prequel to The Sopranos, which is a movie, and it's called the New Jersey something or other, by David Chase, and it stars what's his name? Oh my God, what's the name of the main guy from The Sopranos? No, it's not Michael Imperioli. Who's the main
God.
guy? Oh my God. Anyway, his son.
We're doing really
We're
well with
doing
our
terrible,
memory at
aren't
the
we?
moment.
Aren't we doing
Yes,
terrible?
yes.
I'm really depressed this week, so when
oh
I get
God.
depressed, my memory just goes out the window. Here, I'll look it up. We have the internet here, so let's look it
Yes.
up.
Somebody can.
The Sopranos.
Adam says he just finished Bates Motel. Was very disturbing, but good.
Okay, so it's they give us everybody but the everybody
come
but the
on.
person that I want. Oh,
That's ridiculous.
hang on, here we go. It's James Gandolfini.
Yes.
Okay, so James Gandolfini, it's his son who's playing in this this David Chase movie that I think might be very good.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that.
Furious is here.
Oh, I'm going to have to come back as another name because I can't see Furious. Furious and I
Gandolfini, yes.
on Main Politics. Neither of us can see one another's comments, and
we have
can't.
to sort that out.
Yeah, we
That's
can't
just
work out why that is because I don't have him
something-
blocked and he doesn't have me blocked. So I'm just going to come back as somebody else now. So just excuse me, so I can see what he's saying. Switch
Trish's alter
accounts.
ego,
I have
her
to
secret
see.
identity.
Switch accounts now. So what do you want, little one?
Yes, what other... I mean, we tend to watch old shows over and over again.
Why does he keep?
We can't stand watching television because of all the
Hello.
ads.
Why does he keep trying to crawl under my into my armpit?
I don't
You
know.
don't know.
This is a cat she's talking about.
Eve is just learning how to sit on my lap. Oh, here we go. So now I can see you, Furious.
Okay, you have to tell me what Furious is saying.
Okay,
because
so
I can't see.
Furious says.
Because I'm you for this.
Okay, so
for this to be on Trish's
So,
channel,
okay,
I
so,
have to be
So Furious
logged in
says,
as
"Hey Modus,
Trish.
hey Trish, looks like you're advanced in No Man's Sky." Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it? Does it look like that? Oh, hi Alex. How are you, Alex? Yes, there's a lot of people from MAME Politics here. And if people don't, if anybody's in this stream and doesn't know MAME Politics with Robbie Martin, and you like games and you're interested in really, really interesting analysis of particularly of
politics.
U.S. politics, but you know, imperialism and stuff. Let me see, and here is the channel for that. And
Okay, for anybody who
here we go.
doesn't know, my little
There we go.
spaceship is just a little tiny spaceship with a huge interior. It's a bit like the TARDIS.
Oh, that didn't work out very well, did it?
But
I must post that again. Hang on,
that's my freighter up ahead.
I'm going to post that again. Hey, Alex. That didn't seem to load very well for some reason. Why is that? Why won't that load? Did you see that, Didi?
What?
Oh, that's because it's Didi. Can you copy and paste that in?
What link?
You see
yes,
the link?
Yes.
Okay. It's not coming through,
Yeah.
so.
I have to log out for a minute.
Oh no, just copy and paste
No,
it.
that's
Okay, yeah.
I do. But
Anyway,
if
so,
I want to use my mouse in here.
So yeah. Anyway, anyway, I was just talking about my
Okay,
what
there
I'm
we go.
interested in movies at the moment, which is really mostly YouTube stuff and the occasional thing. So if anybody's seen that thing that Bryan Cranston is in, which is like it looks like a sort of a mafia stroke. He's a judge, and his son accidentally kills somebody, I think, who is some mafia connected person or something. And then, of course, I think all the shit hits the fan. And it looks like it could be good because it's just Bryan Cranston. It's a long time since he's actually done a show since Breaking Bad, and I think he probably would maybe choose something where it's pretty complex, don't you reckon, Didi?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice soundtrack on this this one, isn't it, Didi?
And for anybody who's interested, this is my freighter.
Furious said, Didi,
Yeah.
the game is pretty beautiful, nice soundtrack.
Yes, it has a gorgeous soundtrack. It's very lovely.
And I've got Eve has decided. Eve is only a very young cat, and he's not quite an adult yet, and he's only just realizing that it's okay sometimes to sit in our laps. It's like he's a little bit of a smudge, but he's also a little bit of a wild boy at the same time, and he's only just realizing that you can sit in a human's lap and they'll pat you and everything.
Yeah.
Hey, Didi.
Yeah. For anybody who doesn't know this game or whatever, or knows the game, these are my spare spaceships. I have a few exotic spaceships.
Wouldn't that be fantastic to have some spaceships that you could just kind of, you know what I mean?
This is
Like
one of my other ones.
Like
These are
imagine if we
pretty
had a
big
spaceship
spaceships.
parked in the backyard and we
Yeah.
could kind of go, okay, well, let's do some warp speed to some particular planet and spend a week there.
Look,
Or
there's
something.
somebody here with... Oh no, he's going off. Bugger.
And if it was big enough, we could take the gang with us.
Yeah,
We wouldn't have to get the neighbour to look after them.
yeah.
And warp speed, yeah. And Furious said that one is really cool. I want one for real. Yeah, it's a nice
What one?
The spaceship you have.
Oh, which one?
Yeah, Yeah, they look a little small though, Diddy.
Yeah, no,
they-
well, they're a bit TARDIS-like. This one, which is my main spaceship, the one I like most, it has a huge inventory area. It has the biggest inventory in the thing. My technology slots, I've got a
Yeah, that
lot.
kind of looks a bit tiny.
Yeah, it's physically tiny and can go a huge distance and has more storage than any of the others.
It doesn't look very aerodynamic, but I guess that doesn't matter in
It
space,
doesn't matter
does it?
in space.
No, you could look as weird as you like. Look at the Borg and their cubes.
Yeah.
I mean, that wouldn't
Yeah.
not exactly aerodynamic.
I mean, I'm inside my freighter, which is a big spaceship.
What's that?
I'm inside my
Oh, that's
freighter,
right, yeah,
which is a very
yeah.
large spaceship.
Yeah.
It's the freighter, the excellence of diversity.
Oh, yeah. The excellence of diversity.
Yeah.
So Furious said the ball
That's
with the
this one here.
mohawk top or top fin. Yeah.
Which one?
And Furious said the ball with the mohawk top or top fin, and Holly said I'm in, meaning she's in for the trip to the in our spaceship.
Yeah. You can see them from up here.
Look at this,
All of
Didi.
my little
Didi?
spaceships. Huh?
Didi, look at this little guy.
Yeah. And I've got a fighter over here.
Abby and Robbie Mame together made history. Yeah, that was good.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah, I unfortunately, because it's a totally different time zone here, and I slept in this morning, and they had already started. They'd been on for an hour before we got to see them. But anyway, I watched it back, and that was lovely. It'd be great to see her pop in every so often. That'd be really nice.
Yeah.
I love seeing Robbie and his partner Laurie together playing games too, because they're so sweet to one another.
Mm.
They're just so sweet to watch. They're so nice with each other, and that's lovely to see.
And I have a few refiners that can work on refining things for me. I have a teleportation disc.
Are you still there, Jeffrey? Oh, look at this, Didi. Look at Aoife.
Yeah.
Oh,
You little sweetie.
he's doing a kitten face plant on my. Are you
Yeah.
falling asleep, Eve? Oh my goodness, he's doing it like a kitten face plant, which is really unusual.
Yeah. Yes, it's unusual for him to be sleeping on your lap.
Yeah, this
No,
is new, Eve. Hey,
I can't.
this is new. Anyway, the colours in this are beautiful, really, aren't they?
Yeah, they are.
Actually, Didi's got a game also that she's playing, which is what is it called? New Horizon Dawn.
Zero Dawn.
Horizon Zero Dawn. And what do you think of that, Didi?
Well, it's nowhere near as peaceful. It's also not
Oh,
as
hi,
open.
Jera.
I tend to like open world games where you can just go wherever you want.
Right.
And that one is much more. I mean, it's kind of open world, but it's very scripted.
Right.
You have an adventure, and you're supposed to do this and then that, and you have a certain amount of freedom, but not like with Morrowind.
Right. Yeah, did you have to concentrate? This one you can kind of relax and stuff.
Yeah.
Actually, what was that one that you played that was really stressful?
Oh, Tomb Raider.
Tomb Raider. Is it any particular one? But I remember
No, it
Didi
was
would
called
kind
Tomb
of.
Raider. That's the name of it.
It was so stressful. Like Didi, there's sort of some drama constantly happening.
Yeah.
And
You had to do
people
crazy things.
crazy
like,
things. Has anybody played that? oh my God, I love Tomb Raider games, Adam said.
Oh, yeah.
And Adam said, that's why I love Final Fantasy games. They have a plot, but they're also open world. Have you ever played that, Diddy?
I haven't played Final Fantasy, but I only play on the PC, and I think
Oh.
Final Fantasy is not a PC game.
And Jeffrey said, I just made a cup of tea. That's good.
Am I in the right place? Where am I?
So
Oh, okay.
Adam likes Lara Croft. I just remember watching Dee Dee playing that game, and I thought, oh my God, that's really stressful, because it was like you'd be kind of flying down a river.
Yeah, you'd
And,
be rushing down a river, and there would be barricades that would spear you if you did. And they had very graphic things of like boards penetrating you. You'd run into boards, and they would run through your body, and you would die.
Oh,
And all
wow.
this sort of stuff, unless you like whipped out your shotgun and shot this
Yeah.
and that, or steered yourself over to such and such a place, and then you get down the rapids through several obstacles, and then end up in a bomber which was leaning over a cliff, and you had to get the parachute before the glass part underneath you broke, and then you had to parachute down this
Wow.
crazy forested area and dodge all the trees, or you would die and miserably. And they would always have these graphics of you dying miserably,
All right.
and it was incredibly stressful. And
Yeah.
when you died, you just went back and had to
Oh,
do it again.
Oh, chief. Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, he's got his... he's got his...
Adam says, such a good
Jesus.
game.
Aoife, let go of Cat Mother's arm. Oh, God. Oucha. He had his little hooks in my arm. I don't think he even realized how that they were deep.
How
That
sore they were.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Aoife, what's happening, buddy? Anyway, so
Anyway,
what was I
have
going to
got?
say? It was
I'll
about
get rid of the platinum.
oh yes, you know what I was surprised at when I was watching one of Robbie's games, one of Robbie Martin's favorite games, Mortal Kombat. I hadn't seen that one where when they would knock somebody off, sometimes they'd like they were really a bit graphic, even for these are old games, and like I remember one of those characters grabbed another one and kind of sort of squeezed him to death, and he kind of exploded into all these sort of pieces of steak or something. It was really weird, and I didn't know they had kind of graphic sort of things like that in the old games, so that was interesting to see.
Yes.
I'm really incredibly
Wussy.
naive. Well, I'm naive about a lot of those old games. When Robbie starts talking about stuff, I have no idea what he's talking about. But I enjoy the fact that he loves those games. He's so into them and stuff. So I just kind of enjoy him talking about
Yeah.
how much he loves these games. But I have virtually no experience with them. Do you,
Yeah,
Didi?
I-
You don't have experience with them either,
I
really,
don't have
do you?
any real experience. I mean, I think the games that I used to play when I was younger were like the Ultima games,
Oh, okay.
which were really old games. And they were kind of fun. And then the next lot of games I played were Elder Scrolls. I think I played the first
yeah.
Arena and
Right.
the first ones, and then finally got to Morrowind, and that was fabulous. And I just got lost in that one
Yeah.
for months.
Yeah.
I just wandered around and
Alex was saying, Adam was saying, depends on which Final Fantasy you play. The good ones are on PC. Number 7 is the best and also has anti-capitalist themes. That sounds good.
oh, that sounds good.
And Final Fantasy 10-2 is my controversial fave. And I'll have to ask you why that is in a second. And Furious says I still have to play the latest Tomb Raider. Adam says, I love 10 but never played 10-2. Adam said, Tomb Raider is a must play. And Jera said, Alex, thanks mucho, holy mucho. I can't say that.
Yeah.
And then, because I don't understand Spanish. And then, okay, so anyway, somebody's leaving. So
Holly,
see
much
you,
work.
see you, Jera. Anyway, so Alex said, Final Fantasy
See you
10.2
soon.
is my controversial fave. Why is that, Alex? Controversial. Okay, so
Probably some people didn't think it was the best one.
nobody seems to have heard of that movie, that show with Bryan Cranston. I'll just have to. Maybe we'll just have to.
Anyone who gets a chance should definitely see Gentleman Jack.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
Gentleman Jack is really fun. It's an English show about
It's not violent or anything. It's really a gender kind of bending sort of
gender fuck.
thing.
Gentleman, it's actually about somebody who is a real person. It's actually historical.
Beefs.
And she cross-dressed a lot and lived as Jack, and
Real person.
yeah.
Yeah.
And this was in what, 1850 or something?
Yeah,
like that?
yeah. Hey, Didi,
Yeah.
would you be able to do me a favor? Because I don't want to throw. Look at him, Didi. I've look at this. Look.
Yeah. He's just passed out.
Yeah,
You want me to
I've got
pick him
my
up and-
our little cat who's only
Okay.
he's less than 2 years
Hang
old,
on.
and he's just on my lap, which is very unusual. He's only just started doing that. Would you mind terribly making us a cup of tea and maybe could I have a piece of my cake? Yeah. Or maybe a toast might be better for me, hey, than eating cake. No, I'll have a cake. Let's have some cake, shall we? Okay, so oh, thanks, Modus. Modus says we have very nice voices. Be careful, we might sing for you. Modus says you two have very nice voices. That's nice. Aoife doesn't realise how sharp his little claws are. Cake time. It's controversial. Alex says it's controversial because most Final Fantasy fans see it as the silly one. Oh, okay. Why would they see it as that, I wonder? And then Alex said, Adam, you've got to play 10.2, bro. Furious says, cake time. And Adam says, Alex, my friend loves 10.2, probably because there's a lot of pop singing in it. Oh, okay. We might have to check out the one with the anti-capitalist themes, Didi. Hey, Didi. We might have to check out the one with the anti-capitalist themes.
Check out the one with the capitalist.
No, yeah. That'd be good.
That sounds good.
Yeah. So I finally, you know how every time, there was 2 times when Main Politics was on, where I was sitting in the waiting room at the hospital waiting for my operation that never happened, because there was there would be some emergency come in. So the 3rd time I went in, the last time I mentioned it, it didn't happen. I had to go home after spending all day not eating and drinking. And then finally I got it done on the 14th, so I finally got my my metal plate removed from my wrist. So I'm very happy about that. And my fingers feel much better now than they used to. And the scar is not too bad. It's almost 14 days and the scar's looking pretty good, so I'm quite happy about that. Anyhow, I'd love to give you all a piece of cake. So we'll just have to have virtual tea time now.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go get into my spaceship and head off towards the galactic core, I think.
Beautiful colours, though.
Yeah,
I love those kind of colours.
this is such a pretty little spaceship.
What do you think about the colours in Horizon Zero Dawn, Dee Dee? Is that the one?
Yeah. The colors are nice.
Yeah, thanks, Holly.
Let's see.
Yes, because my fingers, before I got the metal plate removed, my fingers were feeling kind of stiff, and I kept saying to them, I don't understand why all my fingers are feeling kind of stiff. I've still got some numbness in my little finger, the top part of my little finger, and I think I'm always going to have that, but the other fingers were feeling stiff, and now they're not feeling stiff, which is really great, because it didn't make sense to me, and I think the metal plate was the issue. So Alex said, I played the FF7 remake, and it is indeed a masterpiece. And Furious said, I'm going to buy it soon. And Adam said, yes, Alex, so good, can't wait to see how they do the rest of the story. Alex said, do any of y'all write handwritten letters anymore? I did when I wrote to Julian Assange, because I don't know if they take printed letters. But I'm not sure about that, and if anybody can fill me in on whether you have to write handwritten letters to him, because I find it really hard to write letters now by hand. Do you, Dee?
No, I don't find it hard. I just don't do it.
Mine starts mine starts off legible, and then after a while it starts to get kind of scrawly.
Yeah.
You know?
I think I haven't written by hand in so long.
Mm.
I mean, really not a long time. And my handwriting's never been good. That's one of the things I've loved keyboards. And
Your
and
handwriting's all right.
my handwriting is not too bad. I can write pretty clearly because I learned to do that for official notebooks and stuff like that. And
Yeah. Let's see. Jeffrey said, drinking my Earl Grey with you might break out a Christmas pud. That sounds good. I have to say I love Earl Grey tea. It gets a little bit exy though. So Adam said I don't. I handwrite too much during work. LOL. And Holly said I think it was the plate too. Yeah. And I'm reading these out because sometimes they don't leave the live stream chat in, and so I don't trust that YouTube's going to do that. Furious said, I handwrote a letter to someone recently. Wow. And Holly said, my penmanship is meh. Alex said, live chat is cranking for a Trish feed, haha. What does that mean? I don't know. I didn't know there was a decaffeinated. What do they do to get decaffeinated? I worry about that. What do they do for that, Diddy? Do you know?
what's that?
To get decaffeinated tea.
I don't know.
What kind of abominations do they do?
Oh my, this looks like a big fancy ship.
Uh-oh, it seems to be buffering. Is that me, or is that something that's happening?
I don't know.
Is it buffering for anybody else?
I think that's you. I don't know.
Oh no. Excuse me, chewing. No, it's not buffering now. We live in an area where it used to be okay, the connectivity, but now it's not very good. And also it's not very good for phone calls and stuff. I mean, we'll if we try and call one another in the house, we can't call one another, can we, Dee Dee,
No.
sometimes? And we're in a real black spot here. So they could improve it, but they don't. Hey, Dee Dee.
Yeah. They could, but they don't.
Oh, okay. Adam's falling asleep,
Oh no.
but still listening.
I could buy this.
It did buffer for a minute or for a few seconds, and then it stopped. Alex said, just that I tuned in your streams before, and live chat is often practically non-existent. Different with the MAME fam here. Yeah. Yeah, we've only been doing these every probably 2 weeks, or probably even a month. No, we were doing them every week. We were doing them every other week, weren't we, Dee Dee? And then
I think we were doing them occasionally.
occasionally, yeah, whenever we just kind of felt like it. And then we, for some reason, have done it every day in the last 3 days, probably because I've been very depressed, and I sort of feel like it's probably not bad to, to do that and try and have a laugh and stuff. I was doing really good yesterday. I felt sort of a bit better, and then today I woke up and I've just felt kind of a bit pressy all day, and so anyway, that's I think it's just going to come and go. Anyway, so we'll probably try and do a few before the New Year's. We just thought this is usually the period where some people, Dee Dee, they feel like they hate this time of year. Hey.
Yeah.
Because it's can be really hard on people, particularly if they have families that are sort of dysfunctional, and there's a lot of people that have them, and they don't have families, or they don't even have, if they're in some sort of lockdown and they're not even able to see people. It can be very, very lonely and isolating. So we thought maybe we'd do a few during this period where it's kind of can be really difficult for people, and it's also nice to do because it's lovely to chat with people. It's great to see thanks, Alex. And it's great to see it's great to see people we know, and people we don't know, meet people we don't know, and that's really lovely to just hang out. Adam said, and Holly said, it's a great chat. Oh, that's great, Holly. And she said it's good to have company. And Jeffrey said, great chat here. And Adam said, Adam said, end of the year, COVID depression is super intense. Yeah. And Alex said, suicide rate going to skyrocket, unfortunately. TRYI. Yeah, that's true. It's funny, so much suffering. Like, we'll never know the suffering that's going on right now, particularly all over the world, but particularly in the US with all the evictions and stuff. I can't imagine the amount of stress that different families that are facing eviction and bankruptcy on top of that and all of that. It's absolutely criminal what's happening, and I don't know what the hell they're trying to do. Completely destroy the fabric of that society. I mean, what do you think, Didi?
I don't know.
Your
I really
microphone
don't know.
is a bit high.
I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to do. I think it's just crazy.
It's insane what
Yeah.
they're doing. I don't know what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're just using this also to gentrify places like Los Angeles and stuff like that, drive out people and make them homeless and stuff. Adam said, oh, Jeffrey said, I appreciate it, alone mostly. Good, well, I'm so glad you're here, Jeffrey. And, feel free to contact me via that email address if you caught it. And Adam said, yes, Alex, there's been a huge increase in drug overdoses and suicide attempts. And Alex said, I've been getting through with my drugs, which I know isn't a long-term solution. Oh, no. Yeah. I'm not surprised if people are self-medicating at all. Hey, Didi.
No.
And Holly said, glad to be here
I
with
tend to
you.
use wine, but
What's that?
I tend to use wine.
You haven't been. You hardly drink, though, really.
No,
We-
not
we-
really.
You've been drinking a little bit during this period because that's kind of like, why not sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then Alex said, I'm Mortimer Gornsby on Twitter, by the way. Mortimer Gornsby. And Adam said, the World Economic Forum is super interesting to pay attention to right now. I enjoy listening to Alison McDowell. Oh, I haven't sort of checked that out. Jeffrey said, chat is my solace while homeless. Yeah. Well, we'll have to try and do that more often then until you're not homeless.
Yeah.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Mm.
And Adam said, okay, I'll follow you. And then Holly said, it's horrible. And Modus said, okay, great, I'll add you on Twitter. And then Furious said, that's good, Jeffrey. And Odin said, I saw a good cartoon, father to boy pointing at a bigger. If you don't go to school and get qualified, you end up like him, bigger. Said, I'm an electrical engineer. Sorry, I didn't read that very well. And then Holly said, $600. I mean, come on, that's an insult. Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah. What are you supposed to do with that?
Exactly.
Really?
It's just insane, really. Adam said, Alex, are you the Buffy fan? And then Alex said, so grateful for you guys, though. And I'm not sure who you're talking to, but if you're talking to us, I'm grateful for you. And
Odin
and then
says
Odin
beggar.
said, beggar.
It's not bigger, beggar.
Oh, beggar, right. And then Jeffrey said, okay, hang on a sec. Let's see. Oh, well, I'm already following you, Alex. Anyway, I think I'm already following the people, excuse me, from the main politics. Yeah, I already follow you. Yeah, I see you often, Adam. And excuse me. So where are we now, Didi, on the spaceship?
Well, this is my new spaceship.
Oh, okay.
My new freighter. I bought a new freighter.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you'd seen my old freighter. I think I lost all of my plantation, but that's all right.
You watch your
I
plantation?
lost my plantation.
How did you lose your plantation?
I sold my ship and I didn't get a chance to deconstruct it. I don't think I have an opportunity to do that.
Ah,
But I've bought a new freighter. Oh, I have to rename it. I'll have to rename it the Excellence of Diversity again.
yeah. Hey, Holly, you're not on Twitter, are you? I think I'm pretty much following everybody. Anyway, I'm following you now, Jeffrey. I like your little avatar with the little. It looks like one of those birds from the. What would they call Heckle and Jekyll or something?
Ah, yeah.
Looks like that. I had a Heckle and Jekyll T-shirt at one point. I don't know where it is now. I can't remember what they used to talk about, Heckle and Jekyll. They were
No.
always chatting to one another. Let's see. So Alex said, Buffy saved the world so much that the CIA is jealous. And Jeffrey said, LOL, did Nixon raid your plantation, Dee Dee?
What?
Jeffrey
who
said,
raid?
did Nixon raid your
Nixon.
plantation?
Must have. But I have a new kind of freighter. It looks kind of more like a Star Wars freighter.
So what is that above there? Is that another ship?
That's my ship.
Oh, okay. Wow,
It's my new
fancy.
ship. Yeah, it's very fancy. It's a bit.
What are these other are they little ships that are...
They're my frigates. I have 32 of them, and they have their own little captains, and they go off and do missions for me.
Oh, okay.
And they're not that little. Like, I can actually land on them.
Right.
Where's the landing pad? Find a landing pad. Yes. There we go. Like,
So did anybody have some good suggestions for, like, TV shows or, movies or anything? Please feel free to...
see, like
These
this
little
ship is
guys
not,
are funny,
this
aren't
ship
they?
is not that.
Didi?
What?
This little guy.
Oh, yes.
They always
yes.
have these little guys kind of talking. He doesn't look very big, though.
Well, they're a little bit short, but
Oh, excuse me.
the-
Odin's...
This is one of the little ships that you were saying, and it's not that little. I mean, it's pretty substantial. In fact, that's my ship landed on it.
Right.
But this is one of the 32 ships that I have that go along with my freighter, and I
Ah.
send them on missions. There's 5 lots of them. There's 5 missions happening now, and there's a lot of ships off doing things.
Adam says he has a ton of recommendations. LOL.
The what?
Odin
Adam says tons of
Adam.
recommendations. Oh, good.
Adam says has a ton. Excuse me. Well, that's good.
Anyway, do you like my ship?
Oh, excuse me. That's good. Feel free to sort of to tell us what the recommendations are, Adam.
Where am I? Let's see.
And just depends on what you like. Yeah, well, I sort of like things that are, they've got a sort of a psychological kind of a, sort of where the interactions, where the people don't all look all sort of pretty and stereotypically pretty, where it looks like there's some real, like, how the Sopranos people look like real people, They weren't all pretty and just ridiculous with with 25-year-old scientists with glasses that don't really have any lenses in them. You know what I mean? Just sort of stupid stuff. I like things that are kind
gorgeous women with their hair pulled back and thick glasses, so that you know that they're really a nuclear physicist at 22.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sort of shows that where the script. I mean, script is really important to me. A decent script, like like Breaking Bad or The Sopranos, that kind of thing. And I know that's actually a fairly high bar, but script is everything, really. So something that's sort of just not predictable, but is and it has human relationships that actually have real kind of, where it's not all spelt out. You know how Hollywood likes to spell everything out and underline it and highlight it, and
American film and TV particularly.
It's like, if somebody's nervous, they'll be sort of like tearing their hair out and running around the room and beside themselves, instead of most people, when they're really anxious and nervous, they're almost kind of sometimes almost frozen. You know what I mean? Or there's, it's just sort of this ridiculous overstating of things. I like subtlety. So I enjoy sort of, kind of European stuff, but I don't even know where you'd even get that anymore now, Dee.
Yeah.
European films and stuff.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
anyway,
I'm not sure.
Let's see.
There's some interesting things I've seen.
No, I don't like horror particularly. I don't like lots of blood and gore for the... I'd like to watch Ratchet, but it seems like they want to throw in kind of...
6 Feet Under is excellent.
What's that?
Adam said 6 Feet Under is good. 6 Feet Under is excellent.
What is... Oh, 6 Feet Under, yes, we've watched that. That's good. So
we have it.
Yeah, we have that. We actually bought
we
that
tend
DVD.
To watch things on DVD.
Yeah, we tend to sort of get the DVD and stuff, and if that means kind of waiting a while for it to come out. So Jeffrey said, did you all watch, quote, In Shadow on YouTube? No, I haven't watched that, Jeffrey.
If anybody wants
I'll
to
have
watch
to look
something
at that.
that's really fun,
Look that up.
you can on YouTube. You can watch The King of Hearts.
Oh yeah, Didi likes that one, The King
Le
of
Roi
Hearts.
de Coeur. And I'm not sure if it's the title is in French or English, but it's a French-German-English co-production. And it's really excellent. It's so much fun. It's old, but it's really good.
There's Adam said the original Twilight Zone. I've actually seen that.
Yeah.
Yes, that's very good.
I watched it when it was original.
Yeah.
I'm old.
And Alex said Escape from New York was the best film I've watched in ages. I can't remember if I actually saw
wasn't
that.
that fond of Escape from New York.
That's got Kurt Russell in it, hasn't it?
Kurt Russell, yeah.
Yeah,
And
he,
Telly Savalas.
oh my God, that's an old one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Telly Savalas, he's been dead for a while. I do like Kurt Russell's films.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that movie? Was it The Vanishing? It was actually a remake of a Dutch film. That's the one, isn't it, Didi? The Vanishing.
Yeah.
Where his wife vanishes at a gas station.
Yeah.
That's really good. The Kurt Russell one.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really good. Let's see.
Estrada. Yes.
Adam said
Yeah.
the new movie Possessor was pretty phenomenal. I don't know that one. I'll have to look these up. Furious said, LOL, Silvio from The Sopranos was otherworldly. Yeah, wasn't he?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
He got more and more sort of... He reminded me of somebody from Dick Tracy. You know that character that's sort of like... Was it Mumbles or something? The actual from the original...
comic strip.
No, the cartoons on TV, Dick Tracy.
I never saw that.
Oh, I did. No, I'm old enough to remember those cartoons on TV.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Mumbles, he reminds me of that, Silvio. And let's see, Adam said Escape from New York is pretty good. Breaking Bad is great. You know, it's funny. Even though Breaking Bad was great, I don't think I can bring myself to watch it
Watch
again because it
again.
was so heavy.
Yeah.
It was so fucking heavy.
Boston Legal is good fun.
Yeah, Boston Legal was fun.
It's got good replay value too.
It's kind of funny with William Shatner and James Spader. And let's see, Bates Motel, honestly, or Mr. Robot, amazing TV. I don't know those ones. I've heard of Bates Motel. Traufaud. Holly said, and
Black Orpheus.
Adam said more
yes.
emotional than scary.
Holly's got the classics here: La Strada and Black Orpheus. And,
Oh yeah.
yeah.
And Alex said, Modus, can you watch Inter-Reflections for free? And then Holly said, oh, La Strada. And then Adam said, Escape from New York is a super fun movie. Jeffrey said, quote, They Live, end quote. Holly said, Black Orpheus.
Orpheus, yes.
And Fury said, ha ha ha. And Modus said, you can torrent it. I can send you a link on Twitter if you have trouble. And Holly said, yes, They Live. I don't know, what's They Live? Is that a horror movie?
Oh, what?
And Adam said Breaking Bad is very heavy. Yeah. Modus, sweet. What's your tea? Alex said, oh, hang on a sec. So anyway, I'll have to look up these different things. Let's see. I'm already following. Hang on a sec. Modus. I'm already following Modus.
This planet looks very white.
Excuse me.
I wonder why this planet is so white.
So light, yeah.
White. It's very white.
And Holly said, yes,
Maybe it's a
Boston
white
Legal.
nationalist
Give me a
planet.
break, I'm drunken on Xanax.
It has nothing growing on it.
Oh no, Alex said, give me a break, I'm drunken on Xanax. LOL. Excuse me. Bertolucci. Yeah.
Planet Egypt.
Actually, I remember when I saw it, Holly, when I saw the that film June. You know, June. God, that was hilarious. I saw it. I think I actually saw it in the theater when it came out.
Why did you find it hilarious?
Because you know they had the giant worms and stuff, and they were riding the giant worms.
Yeah.
And it was all sort of it had that kind of Italian sort of spaghetti western kind of feel to it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The
I liked Dune.
huh?
I liked Dune.
Yeah, no, I liked it too. Didn't it have Kyle MacLachlan in it?
I think so.
Yeah. It's a long, like it's ages. When did that come out? I'll have to look it up.
Ages ago. Yeah.
But I know I liked it. It's just that it was unusual. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
When it came out. June. Yeah, it came out in 1984. God, that was when Abby Martin was born. So let's see. David Lynch. That's right. No, that's not the one, is it?
What?
June. Is that the one with Kyle MacLachlan?
Hang on. I'll have to
No,
see.
that's not the one. Yes, it is. That is the one.
Yeah.
And Virginia Madsen was in it.
Yeah.
I thought that was that Italian director, wasn't it?
Obviously not.
Oh wow, that's weird. I was sure that was in that Bertolucci thing.
Hmm.
Because it's the same one. Because Kyle MacLachlan was in it.
Yes, Bertolucci.
Oh, that's weird. So, then what has he done then, Bertolucci? Why do people? Why do these? Don't these Hollywood producers have any? Can come up with anything? Why do they keep rebooting everything all the time? Seriously, why? David Lynch's Dune, yeah, with the giant worms and riding the worms and stuff.
Bertolucci did
I
Last
can't
Tango
remember
in
the.
Paris and
Did
The
he?
Last Emperor and
The Last Emperor, yeah. Who
Yeah.
else was it?
Last Tango in Paris.
Did he do that too, Bertolucci?
Yeah, I think
Really?
so. Yeah, he was involved in
Really?
it somehow. Yeah.
Ah. Yeah. Blue Velvet. I never saw Blue Velvet. I got a bit. I heard of that scene that was kind of a bit graphic, and so I kind of never watched it. But that was the one with that song, "The Wicked Game" by what's his name? That singer. I like that song. June is like the only Lynch movie I've ever seen. And Alex said, Adam watched Blue Velvet and Wild at Heart. No, it was Wild at Heart, wasn't it? Which was the one where they had the... I don't think I've seen either of those. Blue Velvet or Wild at Heart. Which was the one that had the scene where the guy there was a car accident? No, hang on. Did he?
What?
Is Blue Velvet the one where there's that sex scene in the beginning?
I
Or
don't remember. I remember seeing it ages ago and I liked it. But
No,
I
that was
don't
Betty
remember.
Blue. Sorry, Betty Blue was the one with the sex scene in the beginning.
Yeah.
And then every movie started to put a sex scene in the beginning. Did you notice how that followed after a while, did he?
What's that? Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
Betty
yeah.
Blue had this really sort of a sex scene in the beginning, right in the beginning of the movie.
Yeah.
And then I noticed that other films started doing that,
Yeah.
or TV series. They'd
Yeah.
start off with a sex scene. Chris Isaak, that's the one. Chris Isaak sang that. You know who's a really good photographer, who was in that film clip of the Wicked Game? It was Helena Christensen, and she's like a supermodel, or she used to be, and she's actually a really good photographer. If you can find her on Instagram, and she does these excellent photos of her, often of just the house she lives in, and it's really beautiful.
Mm.
It's really good value if you're on Facebook.
I like Fellini. A lot of his stuff was good.
Let's see, there
I
it
liked
is.
Satyricon.
What's that?
I liked Satyricon. But I liked a lot of Fellini stuff.
Yeah, Fellini's kind of interesting. Hey,
He is.
whoops. Here we go.
Where's my spaceship?
That's
Seen
Helena.
enough of this
Oh
planet.
shit. Oops. Helena
What if there's anything
Christensen.
on this planet besides?
Oh,
Strangely
Dee Dee, you'll
frozen.
have to help me with that, Dee Dee.
What?
That link, I
Oh,
can't.
that link. Okay,
Yeah.
hang on a minute. I'll just leave my little
Uh,
person in space and go off and do the links.
Alex said that scene is essential, but Wicked Game is from Wild at Heart. Oh, okay, yeah. And
I spent so many years traveling and stuff. And,
What's
and
that?
in weird places. I spent so many years traveling and in weird places that I missed a lot of movies.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Dee Dee missed out on a lot of popular culture stuff. There's
Yeah.
stuff she's just never heard of.
Yeah.
I have that album on vinyl, said Adam. And Chris Isaac is who you're thinking of, Trish. Wicked Game, yeah. Furious Psyops said Dennis Hopper is in Blue Velvet. Velvet, really fabulous and terrifying performance. Oh, you know, actually, when I think of Dennis Hopper, although he wasn't in... I was thinking of Big Love, but that's Dennis... Oh, there's another Dennis, I think, in Big Love. Have you seen that TV series Big Love? It's about... it's really, really good, isn't it, Dee Dee?
That's Bill Paxton.
No, but there's a... You know the guy who plays Bill Paxton's father? What's his name?
Oh yeah, I don't remember. I probably didn't know.
Hopeless tonight. Hang
Yeah.
on, let me look it up. Yeah, if you haven't seen Big Love, Adam,
That's fun.
it's really... I think it's really good. Like... It was so sad when Bill Paxton died. I sort of really liked him. We have that on DVD, so every 2 or 3 years we'll kind of watch it again. Hey, Didi.
Yeah.
So, who was that? So Harry Dean Stanton was in that.
He was wonderful.
He was really great. Bruce Dern, that's who I was thinking of. Laura Dern's father. Yeah, he was very good.
Why?
And that everybody was great in that
Got a
Big
slide.
Love.
It's Glido.
And I wish Bill Paxton was still alive because he was just such a great actor. Chloe Sevigny was in that. I don't know if that's how you say her name.
Why?
So she's in a TV series now, We Are Who We Are. I wonder if she's just passing through. Yeah, there's a TV series that she's in, Didi. Chloe Sevigny.
Who's that?
Chloe Sevigny.
Oh,
And
which
it's
one?
called...
The
No, it's called We Are Who We Are. See, it's a
Oh,
new.
yeah.
It's a new one.
oh yeah.
I don't know about the what it's supposed to. It says 2 American teenagers come of age while living on an American military base in Italy. Anyway,
The one where she played the trans assassin was.
Everybody needs a trans assassin.
Yeah,
That was funny.
yeah. Everybody needs a trans
But she's such a
assassin.
good actor. Did anybody ever see that movie Lizzie Borden that she was in with Kristen Stewart?
I saw part of that. Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Um.
I don't remember.
Oh, Isabella Rossellini. Yeah.
Oh,
yes.
she's fabulous.
Maybe
on
I
that show.
have seen that. I don't know. Anyway, Isabella Rossellini's great. She's a really interesting person. Well, she seems to be anyway.
Glacial. I want another paradise planet.
Excuse me. Oh, you're officially falling asleep now, Adam. Oh. He's a piker.
We put him to sleep.
Yes, get some sleep, Adam. What time actually is it in Let's see. On the East Coast now. Let's see. Oh, it's 7:50 a.m. Oh my, have you been up that all night? What? What are you doing?
Of course.
Um,
Oh, okay, another planet.
what are you doing up at? Have you been up all night? If it's 7:50 a.m. Wowza.
Must be a blue.
Oh, you're drunk. Oh no. So you were up all night, or were you up? I hope you weren't drinking by yourself, Adam. That would be bad.
Yes, drinking company.
And the Furious said it's the holiday weekend. Oh, that's right. Yes. Yes, I suppose everybody's got an excuse to be doing that, hey. Oh no, you've been drinking by yourself. Oh. Woohoo, the weekend, yeah. So where are you heading to now, Dee Dee, with this
Well, I seem
spaceship?
to be on an aquatic planet.
You got a photon cannon there.
I have photon cannons, yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course I have a photon
It always
cannon.
reminds me of that Star Trek thing. What was it? Release the
The
something.
photonic cannon.
Photonic cannon.
Yeah, on Voyager. That was good. That was something
episode was
Tinker
that?
Tailor Spy.
Yeah.
Dr. Tinker Tailor Spy, where the strange aliens were plugging into his fantasy life.
Yeah.
He
Yeah, that was great.
programmed the
The-
ability to daydream.
The Doctor, yeah. God, I'd love to
so
have
he
some-
could be more human.
I'd love to have some chips right now, like potato chips.
Oh yeah, we don't have anything like that.
Hey,
We don't have anything.
we
like
don't really have anything like that.
No,
No.
it's very blue.
What is it, little guy?
Oh, oh my! Look, I've got a cat in front of me now. I can't see a thing.
Yeah. Are you looking for food, Eefy Beefs? Are
He's
you?
looking for trouble.
Are you? Oh my, he's giving me that soulful look. Can you help him, Dee Dee?
Yeah. Feed a cat. Okay, little Snicky.
Wow, flying space whales, yeah. Oh wow, yes. That's weird, Dee Dee. Flying space whales. Hey Furious, have I asked you where you the underwater cuttlefish? Excuse me.
There was a planet that had creatures that looked like cows, except they had flippers on the end of their legs, and they would swim along, and it looked like cows walking, except they were underwater.
Oh, okay.
It was very strange.
Furious, have I asked you where you're in the US, right? What
Okay.
coast? Or are you in the middle?
Oh, he's cute.
Hey?
He's cute. This little guy here.
Cactus. We have cacti in space.
Cacti in space. Space cacti. Oh, here's a cowy kind of creature. Oh,
Oh, excuse me.
he's
Oh.
fun. Look at him.
What are they, little
Oh.
mushrooms?
Come, I have to offer him some food. Oh, here we go. There.
Wow, that's a sort of like a a deer with a platypus tail. Yep, I'm on the East Coast, right above Adam in Maryland. Oh, okay. East Coast.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Come, little guy. I'll give you some food. See? Look. Food.
What's that?
Yum. I've given him some food and now everybody's coming around. See, look at this little guy. Isn't he cute?
Oh, yeah.
I've been feeding them and now they're all going to poo. They'll all poo
Now they're all
for
going
me.
to poo.
Yes.
Oh,
I
well,
can
that's-
ride them, but I don't do that because I'm a vegan.
yeah.
But isn't he fun?
Well, at least
looking?
they're interesting looking animals they've got there.
Yeah. Hi. Yeah.
Oh, excuse
Hi,
me.
sweetie. See, there's this poo rolling down the hill.
Oh, yeah. 45 minutes north of DC. Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Huh.
I think I've got extreme temperature happening.
Oh no.
Oh, no.
You better get back to the spaceship.
I'll bring my spaceship here.
Do you,
Look, here it comes.
uh,
I can ask it to come to me.
is everybody holding their head above water with the pitiful amounts of money that the government's giving them? Or is it a bit dire? Are you holding your head above water, Furious? Trish, what's your opinion of the Great Reset? The Great Reset. I don't know if I actually have an opinion about that. I don't really know. What's your opinion of it? I sort of, I don't know. I really don't. What do you feel about it, Alex? I haven't really, is that the thing where they're trying to, was it, Whitney Webb was talking about that with, where they don't want you to own any, sort of, like cars and things like that, and this Great Reset. I'm wondering if that's the same as what Whitney Webb was talking about, where there was these things where sort of these ideas that people weren't to own legacy things like cars. I don't know if this is the same thing, the Great Reset, and something that Whitney Webb was talking about not owning legacy things like cars and things like that, not having property and things, and that's what... Is that the same thing? Let me see. Where are we? So, oh, hang on a sec. Is that Alex? Alex, that's Real Politics, isn't it? Let's see. So Furious said, Alex said, hang on a sec. Alex said, just gotta hustle, I guess. Jeffrey said, the great enslavement purge. Holly said, well, except for rent. And Furious said, personally, yes, I'm used to a lockdown, quarantine and isolation because I've been antisocial in real life since 2011. Hardly go out at all. Oh, I see. I'll get back to that in a sec, Furious, hold on. So Holly said yes, Jeffrey. And then Real Politics, Alex said, check out Alison McDonald or James Colbert channel on how global trans corporations are using the pandemic to usher in a new phase of technical capital. This is related to the Great Reset. Alex said, I was skeptical on the Great Reset until I started looking into it. Seems that maybe the final aim, Whitney has done the best work on it. Yeah, I've only sort of heard her talking about that on Whitney Webb on, when was that? About 2 months ago. She was talking about it. Who was she talking about it with? Maybe it was on Tim Dillon's show, or maybe it was, yeah, I can't remember where I heard her talking about it. Maybe it was on Tim Dillon, her talking about that. And then Fira Saib said, but my sister and friends are having a tough time getting used to the new normal. Yeah, really. And then Real Politics, it's about creating new models of consumption. Yep. And Holly said, no return to the old normal. And Alex said, James Corbett, definitely good to check out the Great Reset. And Holly said, Klaus Schwab. Okay. And I just wanted to get back to... Anyway, I need to listen to more Whitney Webb about that, because there was some sort of release, sort of release of information or something which probably wasn't widely heard about these legacy items and things, and I don't know. It's all sort of sad. Everything's kind of going to it's going to hell in a handbasket. Dee Dee, you wouldn't feel like making us a piece of toast, would you? Would you mind? Are you making snooties? Oh, that's a good idea. Somebody's mentioned. Why did you think about noodles? Did somebody? That's right, because people were mentioning noodles. I guess
people were mentioning noodles. And I thought, here I am stuck in my spaceship. It's 301 degrees centigrade.
Yeah,
I can't get out, or I'll burn to death. And I can just sit here and let the flames go everywhere and watch the little creatures walk around.
Yeah.
While I make noodles.
Furious was saying, I'm used to lockdown, quarantine, and isolation because I've been antisocial in real life since 2011. Hard to go out at all. Do you mind me asking why since 2011, or is that just something that's happened because in a sort of psychological sense? You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. Hey? And and then they just deleted The Last American Vagabond YouTube. Anyway, I have a few problem. I have a bit of a problem with some of the things with James Corbett and The Last American Vagabond, but they do some other interesting things though. Just some of the climate denial from James Corbett and some of the anti-masker stuff, I think, or is it anti-COVID or COVID denying stuff, I think, from The Last American Vagabond was a little bit off-putting to me, but yeah, they're interesting channels and stuff. But anyway, his channel got diced by YouTube, which is kind of disgusting. What in Modus said, totally agree, Trish. I'm not sure which exactly you were agreeing with. Modus, was that with the what I said about those two channels? Anyway, so let's see. And it's sad. Like sometimes I feel, I don't know how other people feel about this, but sometimes there are some channels that it's like every single thing that happens, I mean everything, every little thing that happens, it becomes a conspiracy, like, I mean, COVID can be real, but also the government can be using it to take away, civil liberties and stuff like that, and to also, give money to the oligarchs and consolidate power and all that sort of thing. But the two things can be happening at the same time. But I feel like oftentimes, they throw the baby out with the bathwater, and it just gets kind of a bit nuts. So sometimes, I have a bit of a problem with that. Anyway, so let's see. Alex says Klaus Schwab lays Great Reset out. Jeffrey said Whitney also on the last of American Vagabond. Yep. And Real Politics, Alex said, that's correct, isn't it, Real Politics? That's your name, isn't it? Alex, I think. Everyone check out the channel Alison McDonald for an in-depth investigative research like Whitney Webb. Alison is way underrated. And Odin said we used to have what we've called Jubilee. Over 70 years debt was It was a given that this was required for an economy. It has not been used in a long time. A reset would be the equivalent. Where are we now? Odin said only the elected consolidate wealth and power. Holly said right on, Odin. Motors said agreeing with you about the Last American Vagabond and his mask coverage and Colbert and his climate change denial specifically. Yeah, it just gets a little bit, I mean, I just kind of think, oh, Jesus, kind of, Anyway, and Furious said, it's okay, my mum died of brain cancer in 2010, then I moved back into the house where I grew up in, and I had no power and really almost lost the house. Oh, wow. I'm really sorry to hear about your mum. And then Furious said, but luckily my sister moved in to help renovate the house. I had a lot of drug problems then, but got off everything and stopped talking to all friends. Oh, okay. Did you stop talking to all friends because you were worried about getting back into drugs again, or you just kind of found that you were like socially phobic, I think. Is that what that is, social phobia? I sometimes have a little bit of that, nothing like what you're describing, but when I was getting a lot of anxiety and stuff, and I seem to have gotten control of that now, which is really good, through non-medical things, just through my own stuff, sort of using different sort of techniques and stuff. But there was a point where I was sort of just preferred not to. I found sort of talking with people sometimes was sort of exhausting. I don't know about you, but we've found, haven't we, Dee Dee, that people kind of there are a lot of people, I'm not saying everybody, but there's a lot of people seem to find problems where there are none, and they kind of, you can be sort of trying to deal with them in a group for some particular aim, and people tend to fight, like you can be doing your absolute best not to be having an issue with someone, and to kind of keep the peace and all this sort of thing, and some people just seem to want to have a problem. I don't know whether it's because they're so stressed because everything's so crazy, and it's just sort of related to that. Hey Dee Dee, I don't know what the hell it is, but I just find a lot of people today seem to be kind of finding problems or even kind of inventing problems when there really isn't any reason to do so. And so that's kind of made me sort of retreat a bit from sort of dealing, kind of getting involved in some things, because it's just, I think, oh my God, like enough already, like a sort of, you can have the best intentions towards some folks, and they manage to turn it into a shit show. I don't know how that's even possible, but anyway, and Holly said, yes, Trish, good points. People making money from the pandemic, disgusting. Odin said, I like Colbert, but it can be a bit like the news joins the circus. But he gets good points and holds on and hold of good issues. Yes, he does find some interesting stuff, and he's very intelligent. So it's sort of like I get a bit disappointed when I see, like, him being a climate denier. I just think, Jesus Christ, you're going to get such a shock at some point, because I mean the least of our worries are the sea level rises. Hey, Dee Dee, that's the least of our problems. Anyway, so and let's see. Holly said Corbet's become a bootlicker. Has he really? Oh God, that's sad.
Yeah,
And
the least of our troubles is sea level rise. I think, like that's not going to take place for ages, but
yes,
substantially. But I mean, in the short term, we're going to end up with famines and food prices are going to go out the roof.
exactly.
And that's already happening.
Yes.
I mean, if you look at food prices and stuff, they're just crazy.
Yes, they
And
are.
they just jump up
Yeah.
in really wackadoo ways.
Yeah. Like we basically every year we found out, like, I mean, we've been a bit slack with the garden here this year because Dee Dee's been building
on
the
the
house
house.
and stuff. But
But we've eaten, like last year, we ate all of our vegetables out of the garden.
yeah,
And it made a
and,
huge difference.
that was great. Yeah. But we found that every year there'll be
Preserving
some
fruit too.
every year there'll be some vegetable or some fruit that's almost that's unaffordable. Like avocados seem to be getting more and more. I know that that's
Currently
kind of a
they're
fancy.
$3.70 each.
Yeah, I know
Yeah.
that that's kind of fancy, like avocados and stuff. But it's like every year it seems to be going up and up, and it's actually
I'm gonna keep
unaffordable for
cooking.
us, isn't it, Dee Dee? What?
I'm going to keep cooking.
Okay. So like it was really funny last winter. We were eating avocados a lot because for some reason there seemed to be avocados in the shops in winter from somewhere, and they were cheap, and it was actually really great. And we were sort of eating a lot of them. And then this year, it's and I'm not sure exactly why this is. I don't know whether they're just kicking it up because, or something has happened. But it's like what, $3.50 an avocado? Give me a break. 70 cents, $3.70, which is a lot for us. I don't know if that's other people think that that's expensive, but it's a lot for us. So basically, like we're the type, actually, we go out and we share a coffee. Like we can't afford to be kind of buying our own coffees and stuff. So like and we don't do that very often. And like, so $3.50 is a lot for something like that. Anyway, I don't know if other people find that. Yeah, and water, they're starting to trade water on Wall Street. So, I mean, that's where it's going. So, let's see. Odin said people are paid and trained here and there and in Israel to find and disrupt these chats, and that is a conspiracy and a documented fact. Yeah, well, there's definitely a lot of trolls and people that are paid to troll. The military's thousands of military that are paid to troll and change the narrative, and then there's a Hasbara that's paid to troll and change the narrative to favour apartheid Israel. And there's so much going on now, and so much disruption of different threads and stuff. It's amazing. What, did he?
I keep
Let's see.
coming back to this screen, and it keeps being 300 degrees. Has it cooled down and gotten hot again, or
I don't know. I wasn't.
has it been 300 degrees for all this time?
It must have been.
I mean,
Yeah, you're inside the space
I'm inside the
ship,
spaceship, so I'm okay.
though. Yeah. And Furious said, Furious said, remember Wall Street just put water on the market? Exactly, Furious, yeah. And Furious, by the way, are you, I hope you don't mind me asking this, but are you taking vitamin D for David? Because if you spend a lot of time indoors, you probably find your vitamin D is really low, and you can get all kinds of crazy diseases, serious diseases with low vitamin D. It's a worldwide kind of epidemic of low vitamin D levels, aren't there, Dee Dee? And I'm not even talking about the people that don't get out in the sun. I'm talking about anybody. Like Dee Dee had dangerously low vitamin D about 10 years ago, and she was getting plenty of sun. And I don't know why that is, but you can get sort of diabetes and all sorts of things with low levels of vitamin D. And I think that Adam's probably fallen asleep by now. So anyway, what so where are we? Trish may be referring to James Colbert, not Colbert. Yeah, exactly, James Colbert. Yeah, not Stephen Colbert. No, he's a complete write-off. Stephen Colbert's just become really sad. He's become like the character he used to play. It's sad. Like, let me breathe you in, he said to Obama in a recent interview. Let me take you in. I mean, Jesus Christ. Anyway, so Furious said labeled it a commodity to be sold and traded. Yep. Water wars will become a thing. Yep. So Holly said love avocados. Odin said avocados screed up the water. The big deal is screed over the many little farmers now. They have destroyed the little farmers. They can raise price and then will be a shortage. They screed up the system. I'm not familiar with that word screed, but I'm assuming, is that screwed? But just you're trying to use that so you don't get that YouTube doesn't have a problem with that word, or is that an English thing? And Odin says it has decimated the place. Yep. Oh, good. Furious takes vitamin D. That's excellent. And then Odin said they want to privatize everything, including the rain.
Oh.
Idiot at Nestle said water is not a right. Yes, I remember when Avi Martin did that show interviewing on Breaking the Set, not interviewing, but talking about Nestle. They rang Nestle, and then that woman with this really kind of robotic voice was sort of I sent them back. They sent them a video or something talking about the issue or something. I don't know. I just remember it was really funny. I might just turn my mic off for a moment while I chew something.
I'll find the power. Trish is eating broccoli. Yeah. The wired words are spelling auto check. Oh, the weird words are spelling auto check. Yes, Stephen Colbert, bootlicker. Yep.
It's kind of tragic. Like, because was so naive about US politics, Holly, up until about 2013 when I came across Breaking the Set. I was really clueless. I actually thought it was great that Obama got elected and all that kind of thing. I didn't know anything, because we don't really get anything over here in Australia. It's just all corporate propaganda. And so I didn't know anything. Anyway, then I was watching the Colbert Report and also the Daily Show. And, I never noticed when I was watching this is before I started waking up, I never noticed that they never really properly criticized the Democratic Party. It was always the GOP and all the crazy things the GOP was doing, basically. And then, and I only realized that after I started watching Breaking the Set, that that's what they were doing. So they were always propping up the Democratic Party, those shows, even though they were pretending to be kind of, sort of a bit edgy and stuff like that. And then to see Stephen Colbert end up like he is, I mean, he must be getting so much money to just, but then I sort of think, well, they were always never ever challenging the Democratic Party, so it's kind of not surprising in a way. But during this whole Trump turn, particularly this last year, they've just been endlessly, basically attacking Trump endlessly and not saying anything about the other side. All of them, including, there's one show, Seth Meyers, I think. He has a show, and it's just constant. They're just all like, MSNBC. That's sort of their main thing. And I just thought, God, it's just so sad. Have I got my mic on? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I could hardly believe it. Furious when I saw Breaking the Set. I thought it was just going to be another. I was really shocked when I watched it because I've never heard anybody talk like that before. I'd heard Chris Hedges, I read one of his essays. I can't remember when it was. This time we're taking the whole planet with us. And I thought, wow, that's he really, really doesn't hold back. And then I saw Breaking the Set. I don't know how I found Abby Martin's Breaking the Set, but it sort of completely changed my way of thinking. And I was it was so refreshing and amazing. And then I realized how propagandized I was. So I'm very grateful to Abby Martin for that show.
I'm going to put a door in my underwater house. Okay. Because this is a water world, I decided to have an underwater house. Because this is a water world, I decided to have an underwater house. And so that's what I've got. Was that all right?
It's yummy.
Good. We just made ramen noodles with a few vegetables thrown in and some Tabasco. Trump is right about the 2000. Somebody was saying that the Democrats wanted 2000 and the Republicans stood in its way, and Trump was kind of co-opting that, but I never remember hearing the Democrats saying anything about 2000.
What's that?
I don't remember the Democrats saying anything about 2000. Remember, what was that show we were watching today? They were saying the Democrats wanted the $2,000 and the Republicans before, and the Republicans blocked it, and then the Republicans were coming out. So I don't remember them ever saying that. No.
I don't remember the Democrats wanting $2,000. All I remember is Nancy Pelosi pushing back against Trump wanting the $2,000 or something because she wanted to make people suffer so that they'd vote for the Democratic Party before the election, you know. So I don't remember them ever being okay with that. So I must have missed something. I don't know.
No, we're liable to be because we're crunching. Odin says the first 3,000 everybody forgot that 200 was Trump's counter. Yeah, Nancy wanted to make Trump look bad, but and she was willing to sacrifice the entire American public for that. Pelosi was wanting to make Trump look bad, and she was quite happy to sacrifice the entire American public for that. And that's strategic politics. And so when you hear people talking about political strategy, that's what the sort of shit they mean.
I'd like to know what the person on the street thinks about this all, because that to me is just a psychopathic move. Making people suffer so you can get more people to vote for you. I mean, holy crap, making the country suffer.
Whenever politicians start talking about, we're doing this because we're playing three-dimensional chess or something like this, it's just wank. It's wank that is liable to cost people lives and so on.
It's an example of example of politicians not being afraid of people at all, and they need to be afraid. Hey, Furious said, yes, Dems settled for 600. Then after Trump said he wants 2,000, the Dems, Pelosi, said they wanted 2,002, but the Republicans never suggested 2,000. Oh, really? Okay, see, the actual GOP never suggested 2,000, but Trump did. Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. So Trump said it, and he could actually do an executive order. He actually doesn't need the permission of the GOP to do that either. He could even do an executive order for Medicare for all. Apparently, from what I understand, with the Section 1881A, he could just bring in Medicare for all if he wanted to right now, as an executive order. Then Furious said, then Pelosi called for a unanimous vote on 2000, and it didn't pass because a few Dems and Republicans didn't vote yes. Right, so she actually, has she already done that? The unanimous vote for the 2000. And Furious saw up, but Pelosi knew that a unanimous vote wouldn't happen. Right. Odin said Trump playing 3D chess, talking 3D chess, can't play checkers. Furious says, plus the Dem-controlled House could vote for 2002 and win. Yes, that's right. Exactly. Jeffrey says Pelosi the ice queen. Yes. So there was actually something. I'm not a fan really of Katie Halper's YouTube channel, but they actually had somebody on. Let me see if I can find this, because you might like to look at this and see what you think. Like some of it, like maybe depending when you check it out. Because I'd like to know. I'd like to know if this is, oh crap. Hang on. Oh, what on earth? I've tried to find her YouTube thing. Here we go. God, she gets a lot of gigs, Katie Halper. She's like everywhere. I remember I saw her say something really kind of clueless on Jimmy Dawes' show many, like a couple of years ago, and she sort of didn't seem to have much insight into something, and I kind of lost interest a bit. Here it is. Of course, I haven't stopped watching, just, because she does say some good stuff. But anyway, this, oh, you might have to help me with this, Dee Dee. Just posting this link. Hold on. Anyway, so this is this gives an interesting. If you could copy and paste that, that'd be really great. This Pelosi versus progressive. Why do Democrats fear the Speaker? I think that's the one. I don't know who David Dayen is. I don't know, but anyway, it's in the description. It says, why are Democrats so afraid of challenging, pushing, or replacing Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House? When journalist David Dayen points out that the Democrats could actually mount an opposition to Pelosi, Katie asks him why they don't. Dayen has some ideas. Oh no, that's not the one. That's not the one I was thinking of. The one I was thinking of is oh shit, where is it? Oh, here it is. I'm sorry, this is the one. I will. Would you be able to delete that one I just asked you to post, Dee Dee? This is the one. Sorry. The stimulus check explainer with David Dayen, and that's sort of an interesting take on it. Okay, so if you could like delete that last one and no, delete sort of repost the one I just posted, Dee Dee, that'd be great. So he does a explainer about the explains what was done, what wasn't done, what could be done, and what should be done by the Democrats, Republicans, Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, Nancy Pelosi when it comes to the stimulus. And he had kind of an interesting explanation about that, which I can only remember part of. Yeah, that's the one. So did you delete the other one, Dee Dee? Yeah, anyway, that's sort of, thank you. And that's sort of interesting. Yeah, at some point Pelosi was playing a bit of a game to see if Mitch McConnell would do anything, and Mitch McConnell would end up looking like a real dodo. And so it was sort of there was kind of, it's all, they don't really care, of course, but about the public, any of them, but they're all playing this little game between one another to see who can look the worse, and if they can make somebody look the worse or force them, to do something, that kind of thing. And so yeah, anyway, I think it's all pretty appalling, really. What's this? Ancient snack bar unearthed in Pompeii in extraordinary find. An ancient snack bar. Archaeologists discover ancient snack bar in Pompeii. Look, Didi. It's got pictures of. I'll post the link in here. Look, Didi. It's got pictures of. Isn't that amazing? It's a snack bar. Wow. How come it took them so long to find that? I mean, haven't they been digging in that area forever? Didi? Why would it take them so long to find that? Wow. That would have been really beautiful when it was traces of a nearly 2,000-year-old food were found in jars that were unearthed at the site. Oh, what a shame. Hey, it's like a takeaway stand.
Yes.
What?
Probably be converted straight away. Probably be converted straight away.
To what?
A takeaway stand.
Oh, yeah. Oh, can you repost that for me, please?
What?
Can you repost that for me? That, yeah. Oh, I think your mic is muted, Didi.
Okay.
Furious says,
Is that all right?
is your mic muted?
Yeah.
Is your mic down near your mouth?
Yes, it is. Now I see it. It looks like it's posted.
Oh,
For
it
some
shouldn't
reason.
be.
Maybe because you have. Looks like it's posted to me.
Really?
Yeah.
You could make
not
me,
sure why,
Didi,
but it's
you can make
posted.
me a moderator and then,
Maybe.
yeah,
Yeah.
could you do that? Just click
Yeah.
on the side there. You know those three little dots?
Yeah.
And maybe
Like
then when I
moderator.
post,
Okay. Okay. You're a moderator.
okay. Oh, you saw that, hey? Polly. And then Odin said they found 8 miles of stone painting, surprisingly intact. Wow. But I would have thought that they've been doing excavations on that forever, though, haven't they? Like, I'm surprised. Oh, wow. Archaeologists unearthed a decorated bronze drinking bowl known as a patera, ceramic jars used for cooking, stews and soups, and wine flasks. Wow. That's amazing. Don't you find that amazing, though, Didi? They've been excavating that forever. Yeah. It was home to nearly 13,000 people. That's so many people, hey. They had slaves there. That's kind of sad, isn't it? Didi. Yeah. Wow, that's amazing. Hi, Swift. Oh, anyway, you turned your mic on, didn't you, Didi? Odin said this was in a forest or a jungle. Oh, Jesus, Swifty! Oh, Christ. That was my leg, Swift.
Little caddies.
Ouch.
Trying
And
to make their way in the world.
what? Oh, no.
Little caddies trying to make their way in the world. Across your body.
I'll bet there is amusing stuff in every desert. We made the deserts. And Holly said, yes, hooray for my news feed. Anyway, we may have to sign off sometime soon, Didi. we've been
I'm
on
still
here.
trying to eat.
Ouch. Pardon? Yeah, yes.
I'm still trying to eat.
Yeah, sure. We've been on for 4 hours now, which has been actually, it just goes by just like that. I'm amazed, I sort of think, oh, I probably won't have anything to really say. I feel, and then we end up talking for 4 hours. It's funny.
But it's fun.
It's fun, yeah. It's really fun just chatting back and forth with folks and stuff. Obviously, this time works well for folks in the US and Canada, because it's kind of like a Saturday night, really, isn't it? I suppose it's gone into Sunday morning there. Holly said, yes, they had slaves. They found a master and a slave buried together. Oh, wow. Buried together. Oh,
This
you
is-
mean, were they the ones that were running away from the volcano explosion? God, that'd be awful. Those poor people. Wow, that's an interesting,
That's me.
oh, that's you.
That's me.
Oh, okay. So, has that person got 4 eyes?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
And they're wearing purpley.
That's right. That's right.
So, Didi, we might sort of wind this chat up, eh?
Okay.
Because it's kind of getting late and I'll get a bit sleep deprived
Okay,
if
you're
I keep
getting
going to
tired, are
bed
you?
late. What's that?
You're getting tired, are you?
A little bit. Just a little bit, yeah. Yeah, it seems like, Holly, it seems like every time we get on, it's like it's at least over 3 hours long, but usually it's between 4 and 5 hours, and I don't, like, the time just kind of goes like that. I don't know where the time goes. Oh, okay, so Real Politics, Alex, I gotta go too. Don't forget about Alison McDonald. Yeah, I'll have to go back through the live stream and check out these names again. And Furious says, see you all, I'm off to try and sleep. Good hearing you too. Fun gaming too. Yeah, lovely to see you, Furious. And I'd like to ask you some more questions next time I see you. And
Okay.
and Alex, if Alex is still around, and I think Jera went a while
Well,
ago,
it was
and Adam
very
fell
lovely
asleep.
to see everybody.
Yeah, lovely to see everybody.
Odin's been through the whole thing.
And Holly,
Uh,
lovely to see
Holly
you.
from
And Modus Operandi, and Odin, and
Jeffrey was
everybody.
here for a little bit. Yeah.
Alex,
Yeah.
Jeffrey. Lovely to see you,
Lovely
Jeffrey.
to see everybody, and I hope everybody has a good time.
And I think that's all the people that and Bird Worlders.
Yeah.
So we'll probably go now. So hang on a sec. Odin said the whole world's a graveyard. It's made up of stardust and dead stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're all made of stardust and
Yeah,
dead stuff
really.
too, and all of the living things are
And-
made of stardust and dead stuff.
And Real Politics said
So-
also, if you are communist, check out Jason. Oh yes, I
Oh yeah.
actually
No,
I
that's
followed
quite a
Jason
good-
Unruh.
that's an
Eh?
interesting
Yeah,
one.
Unruh.
Yeah.
The doc will not be monetized. I haven't seen that one though.
No,
so
that's,
yeah.
that's the 2-hour-long one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I really enjoy his channel.
Yeah.
So thanks for that. Anyway, so Didi, I might let you leave
Okay.
you to
I'll,
and that. So
I'll cut
thank
it
you.
off in
Hang
just
on a sec.
moment.
I'll just
Shall we say
send some-
Happy New Year's to people? Just
yes.
in
Well,
case we don't
Happy
come
New
back?
Year's in case we don't come back before New Year's Eve.
Okay. Love to everybody.
Love
One,
to everybody.
two.
Much love and big hugs. And please be safe. And hopefully we'll see you before New Year's Eve. But if not,
Yes, we're
Um,
liable to do another one of these.
yes, we're likely to
tomorrow or
do-
the next
do
day.
another
Who
one.
knows?
what's that?
We're liable to do another one of these tomorrow or the next
We
day.
we
Who
may.
knows?
Yes, we may do that.
Um,
So
This
anyway,
seems to be a holiday thing.
yeah. So anyway, have a lovely rest of your evening or sleep. Good night, Adam. I hope you're sleeping well and having sweet dreams, and everybody else. And we'll talk to you soon. Okay, peace out.
Bye, Holly. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Okay.